A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. 8 years ago, we embarked on a journey in search of new thoughts, new approaches, new ideas. No boundaries, we invited you to go beyond. No case histories, we encouraged you to shape your own reality. Today, looking back, we can proudly say that this journey to propel the entrepreneurial spirit among the youth has led us to a discovery of a brand new breed. A breed of dreamers, of change makers, trendsetters, and innovators, those who dare to dream big and want to drive change in the now. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with immense pleasure that I, Blossom D'Souza,
And I, Yash Naik Navre,
extend a warm and hearty welcome to all of you to the Ultimate Pitch 8.0.
exceptional results arrive with exceptional effort. It never arises by accident or good fortune. And what precedes an exceptional effort? An exceptional idea. Here I ask, if not you, then who? If not now, when? Reliance TUP aims to ignite young minds to be extraordinary. There is something truly remarkable about TUP, something that is really close to our heart, and that is the theme for this year, Be the Now. Can we have the video, please? गते शोको न कर्तव्यो भविष्यं नैव चिन्तयेत् वर्तमानेन कालेन वर्तयन्ति विचक्षणाः. The essence of this shlok from Chanakya Niti is to not mourn over the past, to not worry about the future, but to focus on the present as the clear-headed wise ones do. The theme for the ultimate pitch, being Be the Now, encapsulates the true meaning of this shlok. In the words of our founder chairman, success of the young entrepreneur will be the key to India's transformation in the new millennium. The ultimate pitch has brought this vision to reality by providing a platform to these ingenious minds from the best business schools of the country to come together and put forth their ideas that aim to solve real-world problems with the potential to impact the course of the future.
Absolutely, and might I add that this journey to the now has been quite phenomenal for TUP itself. With humble beginnings, TUP started off with just 150 ideas from 500 odd students across 16 participating campuses. Today, we are proud to say that the TUP community has grown over tenfold. This season, TUP has touched the hearts and minds of 15,300 plus students from 400 plus B schools across the country, with 1,300 plus ideas being submitted through this platform. With TUP, there's always something new every year. Now, each of these teams went through 3 grueling rounds of evaluations. We helped nurture their ideas through a unique idea workshop by our GeoGenX leadership. And speaking of the new, we're happy and extremely grateful to have had CEOs, founders of renowned startups that Reliance has partnered with to have mentored our top 10 teams before the grand finale. We're proud to see that our top 10 teams have actually grown through the competition to be able to even showcase prototypes and blueprints of their ideas today with their pitches. So let's take a moment to celebrate the journey so far. Let's celebrate our top 10 that have made it to this grand finale of the ultimate pitch. Let's have the video, please.
What a spectacular journey it has been for all our finalists. You all deserve a huge round of applause. It must have been an extremely daunting task for the jury to finalize these 10 unconventional ideas. However, by the look on your faces, I feel you're very confident and ready to set the stage on fire.
In fact, let's do something different. You know how before any match, opposing teams walk up to each other and they wish each other? Let's do that, because at the end of the day, all of you are champions. I'll request you to please stand up and wish your opposing teams all the best, and of course, congratulate them for making it this far.
Are we all settled in? You must be feeling like professional athletes do. Now on this grand day, 3rd February 2023, it is going to be our turf and your pitch. And the team that walks away with the title of the ultimate winner gets a cash prize of 6 lakh rupees. The ultimate runner-up gets a cash prize of 3 lakh rupees. And that's not all. You might have an opportunity to work with the Reliance Industries Limited. So teams, there is a lot at stake here. Give your best.
But Yash, how good is a victory without a tough fight, right? Let me introduce you to our grand jury, for they are the ones who hold the key to ultimate glory on this grand finale day. So ladies and gentlemen, here's presenting you our Super 6, our grand jury for TUP.
First up, we have Mr. Nitin Sheth. He has over 30 years of experience in the automotive industry in the realms of sales, marketing, and product development in both domestic as well as international markets. Prior to joining Reliance, he was the Chief Operating Officer at Ashok Leyland and has been associated with leading automobile companies throughout his career. An alumnus of BITS Pilani and a postgraduate in business management from University of Mumbai, he is a recipient of the prestigious Fulbright CII Fellowship from Carnegie Mellon University. He has also undergone his leadership training at Harvard Business School. Let's give it up for Mr. Nitin Sheth, CEO, New Mobility Business at Reliance Industries.
Our next jury member is Mr. Sunil Dutt, President, Devices and Sales and Distribution, Reliance Jio Infocom. Sunil is a veteran in the telecom industry with over 30 plus years in the technology space. Prior to Reliance Jio, he's led some of the biggest brands and portfolios. He was the managing director of BlackBerry, president of Hewlett-Packard, country head of Samsung, and the sales director for Nokia, where he drove all these businesses to a dominant position. It is such an honor to have you with us, Sunil. Thank you for joining us.
Our next esteemed jury member is Mr. Aditya Gupta. He is a graduate in chemical engineering from Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai, and a gold medalist in management studies from Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies. He served as a task officer for 20 years at the Tata Group, where he worked in different functions like finance, strategy, and project execution. He has joined the Reliance Group in June 2022 as the CFO of solar business under the new energy vertical. He is someone who is extremely passionate about green energy. Thank you so much, sir.
Now, our next jury member is passionate about sustainability and inclusivity. We have Ms. Tanya Chaitanya, who is the Chief Content Officer for Digital and Diversity Initiatives at Reliance and the CEO of Her Circle. Prior to this, she served as Editor-in-Chief and CCO at Femina India, where she was instrumental in transforming India's largest selling women's magazine into India's largest women's digital platform with 7x growth. Her role with Reliance and Jio is to build digital communities with the purpose of inclusion and empowerment through technology. Tanya has won many accolades, including 5 UNFPA Ladli Media Awards for the gender-sensitive reportage, among others. Tanya, it is wonderful to have you on the jury. Thank you for joining us.
Next up, we have Mr. Gulur Venkatesh, who we all fondly call as GRV. He has over 28 years of experience in the Indian corporate sector. An alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad and an electronics engineer by background, he has an impressive track record of success in various roles in people office, finance, planning, customer service, marketing, and project management across retail, telecom, engineering, consulting, and investment banking domains. Some of his notable achievements include scaling the HR processes of Reliance Retail from 40,000 to 4 lakh plus workforce and a business of rupees 10,000 crore to 2 lakh crore business in 8 years. As the CHRO, he is responsible for all HR processes, transformation, and change management across multiple domains of Reliance Retail. Prior to retail, he has held various positions in Future Group, Bharti Airtel, Fujitsu, and Peregrine Capital. He also holds a postgraduate program in executive coaching from Coaching Foundation of India. An avid reader, he acts as a lighthouse to guide everyone in difficult situations with his uncanny ability to come up with analogies from history, physics, mythology, and literature while discussing business problems. Let's hear it for GRV, sir.
And last but not the very least, we have our jury member who is the CHRO of hydrocarbons, Mr. Ashwini Prashara, who needs little introduction. Ashwini is an HR leader of over 32 years with global experience and expertise in driving HR transformation, change management, capability building, industrial relations. He's the quintessential example of where hard work and passion can lead you. He joined the Reliance family in 2004 and has since then headed a gamut of HR functions. Ashwini too is an avid reader. He loves binging on World War documentaries, I have heard, and I'm sure a lot will agree that he is also a great shire. Let's give it up for Mr. Ashwini Prashara. All right, so I'm sure our jury members are all geared up. And teams, you too need to gear up because our jury is not going to make this easy. In fact, they're going to make this quite challenging for you.
We are all set for the ultimate game of extremely well-curated pitches. But we all know, just like cricket, before evaluating the pitch, the teams, judges, and spectators must be aware of some ground rules. So first, please keep your phones on silent. Also avoid talking during presentations. Please restrict any moment during presentations as it could distract the teams. Now, especially for the teams coming to the stage, each team will get 3 minutes to showcase their video, 3 minutes to pitch their idea to the jury, followed by 1 minute to showcase their prototype or blueprint. The jury will then put your pitch to the test through a Q&A session that will be for 8 minutes. There will be a timer for Q&A, so please keep your answers crisp. Please walk to the stage when the video is on from these stairs. Also, please, for jury and the team, do keep an eye on the timer to ensure that you don't overshoot.
Also, a quick reminder to all the audience out here as well as that are watching in the live stream, you can vote for your favorite teams. The QR code will be put up on screen at regular intervals. Please vote for the team that you like the most and help them win the Popular Choice Award. All right, so with that, teams, it is time to get started with the ultimate pitch. Are you ready? That was very, very boring. I want to say it out loud yesterday.
We have the teams. Well, they call themselves Teams Sorted. They have been mentored by Yatish Talwadia, the CEO and founder of Milk Basket. So let's give it up for Teams Sorted from Niti Mumbai.
Meet Plastikeshwari. Let's see how she went from being an angel to a devil for the mankind. She was born in a bottling plant and was soon shipped to a consumer to fulfill her destiny. Post that, she began her circular journey. But alas, due to the inefficiencies in the supply chain, she was unable to reunite with her family and got lost in the oceans and the landfills. We realized that underneath all the filth and squalor in these landfills, something amazing was happening. India was collecting 9.2 million tons per annum waste, which was almost double that of any other country. Yet due to multiple leakages in the supply chain, only 60% of it was being recycled. Recycling activities in India are driven by market forces that are informal, illegal, and largely invisible. 4 million rack pickers do a fantastic job of scavenging plastics and selling it to the kabadiwalas, who then sell it to the aggregators, who then finally sell it to 2,500 recyclers across India. The goal of the industry here should be to recover the material at lowest possible cost and at any cost. Mr. Rajesh Gauba once quoted that value addition in waste can only happen through efficient sorting and working at scale volumes. But currently, the back-end recyclers bite, bend and burn the plastic in order to identify its resin and grade. In our stakeholder surveys, industry experts and recyclers highlighted the dire need for a solution to mitigate the problems of sorting, as their overall throughput depends on the throughput of sorting process. The industry clearly needs a technological intervention in the sorting process suitable to the Indian market context to ensure a near virgin recyclate. Team Sorted from Niti Mumbai, with an intent to pave the way for streamlining the sorting process and revolutionizing the plastic waste industry, proposes its big idea to launch Netra, a compact technology that is fast, affordable and portable, proving to be a game changer for the Indian recycling industry. Key components of Netra include high-speed camera, LIBS module with a microprocessor and an HD display for the output. This is how our product will look like when integrated with the machine at the recycler's end. A high-speed camera in the first module senses the incoming product and categorizes it based on visual aspects. In the second module, a LIBS-based sensor uses a chemometric database to further categorize it based on its molecular structure. Our working principle is based on biomimicking the manual sorting process and integrating it with a novel and accurate tech. We are happy to announce that we have successfully modeled a minimum viable working prototype. As you can see here, a deep learning based video analytics algorithm integrated with a camera input precisely identifies the type of plastics used for the object. We have integrated a lip sensor in the second module. This gives the system an accuracy of over 96%. Netra has high throughput and accuracy rate along with polymer recyclability prediction and strong adaptability. We at Netra aim to debottleneck the plastic waste industry by efficiently sorting plastic waste into 18 categories using a novel disruptive technology. If Netra can cater even 1% of the total addressable market, it would save 1.4 lakh barrels of petroleum, eventually saving 30 million kg of CO2 emissions.
So, hi everyone. In spite of having an 110% recycling capacity, only 60% of plastic waste in India actually gets recycled. When we thought beyond the plastic bashing for 1 second, we realized that the clogged supply chain is the real culprit over here and not the plastic itself. As of now, we have demonstrated our minimum viable prototype to 12 different recyclers in Mumbai and Vasai region. The response for Netra was not just overwhelmingly positive, but they felt that a product like this has a perfect fit with the fragmented Indian market and could change the way we recycle. When benchmarked with the competitors, Netra triumphs with respect to throughput rates, high accuracy, along with a unique feature of recyclability insights. Thus, Netra differentiates by offering a unique value proposition of being an effective, economic, and effortless sorting technology. Our target market includes recyclers, PROs, and manufacturers. The PROs are the public responsibility organizations. We have subdivided the recyclers into 3 different categories, which are the small, medium, and large recyclers according to their recycling capacities. We aspire a market penetration of around 5% in the first year. According to the need-based market segmentation, we have finalized 4 exhaustive products which will be launched in phase to cater the specific needs of a stakeholder. For our go-to-market strategy, we'll be launching Netra in Mumbai, Delhi, and Gujarat, and eventually be expanding to other recycling hotspots throughout the country. We'll be channeling our product through B2B platforms like IndiaMart, along with placement in green tech conventions. Next comes banking on the bulk deals with the public responsibility organizations. For promotions, we'll start with making our product visible through relevant platforms, followed by targeted acquisition through direct sales, and ensuring stickiness through excellent post-sale services. The idea is to actually generate an advocacy from the industry leaders. Our primary revenue stream will be from product sales, post-sale services, and licensing after we obtain the utility IP. Also, we have identified 2 secondary revenue streams pertinent to the industry needs. First is data-based auditing to avoid the quantity duplication, and second is data sales to brand owners. Our strategy will have an inception phase, followed by filing for an IP and getting regulatory certifications, and finally the launch. To fuel our sale further, we'll partner with big corporate houses like Reliance, Dabur, and Marico, who are working passionately towards circular economy. We have kept the average pricing of this product for around 40,000 rupees. So in a conservative case, by keeping margins around 35%, we would be able to achieve the NPV of 1.05 crore and IRR of 54% in 5 years. But I would like to discuss on why Netra, why LIBS technology, and why now. Now it's very important for this industry to produce a near virgin recyclate because this increases the recycler's margins. Netra comes into pictures over here due to its ability to cater 90% of Indian recyclers, which are small and medium in nature. In the future, we have a vision of formalizing the industry by setting up sorting machine lines and renting them out to recyclers. This will bring the much needed economies of scale. This is our robust advisory team. Now we'll show a quick prototype of our demo. Yeah. So I'll just introduce you to the components. So this is a simulation box which will simulate the conditions inside the module. This is a camera, and we have coded loaded our code in the camera. So now, Bholenath, will you just put the plastic item so you can see on the screen? So everyone knows this is a PET bottle. So it's immediately showing clear PET. So clear is for the color and PET is for the polymer. And as you can see, this is a milky HDP bottle, so it immediately changes to that. So yeah, so with sustainability becoming the core values of industry and government exercising laws like EPR, these are some of the clear indications that recycling industry is here to stay. We want to see this industry bloom with our own netra. So let's sort it out together. Thank you.
By the jury.
So this is towards sustainability and a great thought. What I'd like to understand is at the cost that you have provided, how many such units will it be able to work on, that one machine? What is the life of it?
Okay, so the cost we have told here over here is an average cost of the product portfolio that we are offering, which is 40,000. So we have done proper due diligence to reduce this cost to 40,000 first of all by manufacturing a LIPS technology which is of a lower grade than which is already used in pharma and food industry, which needs a very high sensitivity. So plastic does not need that high sensitivity. So that's why the lower cost. I'm sorry, can you repeat your second question?
Yeah, the units, how many units will it be able to work on? What is the life of this machine?
Yeah, so the life of this machine, so we are offering a warranty period of 2 years since it does not have any moving parts, any gears. And the life of this machine could be even widened by replacing the lasers after 2 years. And we will be giving software updates, periodic software updates to the recyclers. And talking about the speed of the machine, we calculate the speed of the machine in terms of items per minute. So this machine can actually process 70 items per minute. So if we calculate it in terms of tons per shift, per 8-hour shift, so it comes out to be around 3 tons. On the contrary, if we do it manually, it comes out to be just 1 ton. So we are augmenting the throughput rate by 200%.
So would you be able to say that it's a sustainable machine on its own?
Surely. Sustainable because, first of all, it is completely, not completely, but it is eliminating the manual process, because currently the standard practice is a recycler typically has, once we visited, typically have 15 to 20 women who sit in line and manually sort plastic through their hands.
Who would lose their jobs?
Yeah, but what we are doing over here is we are creating an entire ecosystem. So we are playing a long-term game over here. So in the long term, by creating an efficiency in the supply chain, we will actually be creating more jobs through training, through skilled labor. So we'll be actually creating more jobs. And the jobs they are doing right now are not necessarily very dignified or not very good for their health, because the examples we saw, they have to bite the plastic through their mouths. So it could lead to cancer. So we have seen many such examples. So the job they are doing is not dignified right now. Yeah.
Thank you.
Is your machine, okay, device can sift through composite material as well? If it is for example, the bottle that you put, I would believe that the cap would be a different plastic than the bottle.
Yes, correct.
What happens in that kind of a situation, and how does the sifting and filtering take place?
Correct. So I'll just show you the process. So for example, this bottle is a PET bottle and the cap is made of PP. So after identifying this as a PET bottle, the next process at the recycler's end is to shred this bottle into small chips, and next is washing. So during washing, we all know that the density of PP is less than water. So the PP actually floats above the water, and that is removed through a net. So that process is standard at the recycler's end. So we need not identify this and this differently. We just need to identify the major polymer in this.
Can this be done at the the picker's end itself? Is there you showed some a handheld also, right?
Yeah.
So how costly is that, and what could be the throughput of that, and what's the kind of value proposition for such a device?
Correct. So So I would like to actually reiterate over here that we are manufacturing the technology and not the entire sorting machine. Sorting machine, we have the blueprint for it, but we are manufacturing the technology, and the same technology can be employed in the handheld sensor as well. So it will come with the recyclers and then eventually spread down the supply chain.
I just want to understand the business model better. So are you saying that the waste is getting segregated by the rack pickers and then reaching the recycler or PRO or manufacturer? Right?
No. The waste does not get segregated by the collectors. Collectors collect the waste. It gets segregated as plastic waste and other waste. So in plastic waste, all the polymers are collected together. So what we are doing in a plastic factory, all the polymers plastic comes together. So we are separating those plastic because a recycler has to run PET stream differently because it has different applications. He has to run PP stream differently, polypropylene stream differently. So that's why the collectors do not sort themselves. Mixed plastic comes to a recycler and then we employ this machine to sort.
I'm asking that the plastic that comes to the recycler,
yeah,
it's coming from a lot of waste. Right?
Correct.
There is waste and there's plastic in it.
No. There is actually the plastic waste collectors are different. So we call them rack pickers or kabadi wala.
Right. So that's what I'm just asking you. The plastic is coming through rack pickers to the facility where it has to be further sorted.
Correct. Yeah.
That's right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this technology that you're developing, there are two things it's doing. One is the color and the other is the chemical composition.
Correct.
So the color, that can be done visually, no, by the naked eye. Why does one need a machine?
Yeah, so I'll just explain it in short. Okay, so this has two modules. First is the computer vision module. You're right, it can be done visually, but the computer vision module not just identify colors, but also the polymers. So as in the example that you saw in the demo that you saw, it was showing clear PET. So if we train the model, right now our model stands at around 1 lakh images. We have inputted 1 lakh images in it. So if we train it even more, it will identify this bottle as a PET bottle plus a clear bottle. So a PET bottle cannot be told visually. And secondly, the second module, what it does basically is every polymer has its own signature. PP has its own signature, PET has its own signature. So laser-induced breakdown model, the technology, it identifies the signature of this particular polymer.
So the chemical composition is what?
Yeah, correct.
Being, coming out of the machine.
Correct.
How does it help in recycling? Meaning, what is the benefit by knowing this? What's the downstream advantage in terms of recycling costs? Are they different?
Yeah.
So how is that being handled? What is the benefit there? That's not clear to me.
Okay, so what LIPS technology does is as I said, is basically identifies the polymer itself. Every polymer has its signature. So in the downstream, recycler cannot produce all kinds of plastic together. He has to produce PET separately, PP separately, because it has different applications. For example, a recycled PET goes into bottling plant for making bottles. Recycled PP goes somewhere else for making PP items. So downstream is segregated. So we have to segregate it at the recycler's end itself. So that's why we need to identify what polymer it is. And how will we identify? We'll identify it by looking at its signature. So it's basically identify what polymer it is. It's doing that.
Sir, just to add one fact that for now the sorting is the biggest bottleneck. So what is the thing that they are getting many plastic waste, but at the same time, due to limited capacity and performance of the sorting part, the recycled machine which actually converts the bottle into polymer platelets, it's sitting idle. So if we are increasing the throughput rate of this bottleneck part, then that efficiency of the whole recycling system is getting increased. So in our stakeholder survey, we came to know that if they are able to increase their capacity, so currently they are selling the recycler PET at 55 to 60 rupees per kg. But once their overall capacity increases, they can easily sell up to 80 to 85 rupees per kg. So that's the biggest thing in this industry.
So you're sorted, but in my head, I'm unsorted actually right now. Where do you plan to set up your manufacturing facility?
So we are manufacturing through contract manufacturing.
Through contract manufacturing.
Yes. Since it's
and how many machines would you manufacture in a month, in a day?
So the first contract that we are expecting from a contract manufacturer is of 2,000 units. So we
2,000 units?
Yeah. 2,000 units of
per annum, per month?
Yes.
Per
per annum, in the first year.
In the first phase?
Yeah.
And how many people will this contract manufacturer have to engage?
I think that will depend on the contract manufacturer, but we have just taken an industry standard for manufacturing novel technologies like this. So a contract manufacturer charges roughly around 20 to 23% of the overall cost of the machine which we are incurring. So we have taken into account that margin and calculated the final price.
So you've taken into account that margin and calculated the final price. Have you taken into account the logistics price? What will be the size of this machine?
If you can pitch in on this.
So sir, just talking about the module, the in between part which we are producing, it would be around 1 meter. Okay, so that would be around 0.5 meter would be the first part, video analytics algorithm, and the second one would be the lips-based sensor. Sir, as you can see, we have already got this module. This is the lips-based sensor.
But then how have you worked your throughput out to 3 tons? So I'm really, figuring out in my head. So you don't know what your contract manufacturing cost is going to be. You've just assumed at 23%. You don't know how many people will be required to work in his site. You're saying they'll do about 2,000 machines a year. So 2,000 machines a year, what will it take? How many workers will it take? What will be the wages for the workers? What about statutory compliances, etc.?
Yeah. So as I said, since this is a novel technology, so we didn't want the headache to manufacture it ourselves, because manufacturing a machine completely is not our expertise. We are a technology manufacturing company. That's why we are outsourcing it to a contract manufacturer. So employing the number of laborers and the statutory compliances may come to our side. Yeah, so the compliances may be our part, but employing the number of laborers and their wages is entirely the headache of the contract manufacturer.
All right, thank you.
So jury and team, unfortunately the Q&A time is up, but this has been a wonderful discussion. Well done.
Thank you.
So that was team sorted. Our next team, they call themselves Blitzkrieg, which literally means, and I looked this up, it means an intense campaign planned to bring about swift victory. And to help them achieve military precision, they have been mentored by Nishant Vora, director and co-founder Grab. Please give it up for team Blitzkrieg from SEMHRD.
Hello everyone, we are Team Blitzkrieg from SEMHRD Pune and we have set out to solve the challenges faced by the fishermen in the inland fisheries industry. So first, a brief overview to show how humongous the Indian fishing sector is. India is the second largest fish producer in the world, employing roughly 75 million people and shows a steady growth year on year in production and exports. Of the total production, 76% can be attributed to the inland fisheries. What's more is that only 56% of the potential has been realized till now, with the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampadan Yojana set to double export value and boost production by 2025. So we visited the local water bodies and mandis to find out what exactly was the problem the fishermen were facing. As it turns out, there are in fact quite a lot of challenges as of now. The sector is highly unorganized and riddled with middlemen charging exorbitant commissions. The farmers are in a poor condition already, and without proper financial assistance or knowledge about technology, they get poor returns. So what's the panacea of all these problems? Introducing Matsya Dost, the one-stop platform for all solutions. We are a platform that reduces middleman influence. We provide contract farming solutions along with IoT device support. We also offer financial aid to the farmers. So we have two versions of the app, one for the clients, which will be the fishermen, and one will be the app for dealers, which will be wholesalers. So this is a login screen for the clients. Once the fishermen log in, they'll see these options on the screen. So checking out the sell catch option first, this will be the live auction bidding platform wherein the fishermen will be able to sell their produce to the highest bidder. Information about onions. So the contract farming option will help the farmers to see whatever contracts are open in the market at that point. Next up will be the dealer login. So the dealer or the wholesaler will be able to see two options, which will be buy catch and contract farming. So this is again the auction bidding platform where they'll be able to bid for the best produce. Next will be the contract farming option. Here the wholesalers will be able to either add new contracts or will be able to monitor the applications received on the contracts they had hosted earlier.
Okay, good morning everyone. Good morning Shag. I hope you liked our idea.
Yes, so the idea seemed pretty good, but what was the motivation to go into fisheries and what's the, your target audience as such?
Right. So that's a great question because the Indian fishing industry, the market capital, the market size is around 110,000 crores. But still at the grassroots level, there are a lot of challenges and technicalities that need to be sorted. So so Matsya Dost is a B2B marketplace wherein we try to connect the fishermen with the buyer and we also provide them with techno-economic assistance. We do not wish to cater to the entire fisherman community. Rather, we'll just focus on semi-intensive and marginalized farmers, which constitutes roughly 95% of the entire fisherman community. We understand that different segments face different issues, which is why our platform will cater to them with tailored solutions. We also will enjoy the first mover advantage with our unique business model.
Okay, so what are the phases that you're talking about and what's exactly your business model?
Right, so basically in phase 1, what we are trying to do is we're going to connect the fishermen with the wholesaler by eliminating the auctioneer or the trader from the value chain via our live auction platform. This phase will be targeted for both semi-intensive and the marginalized farmers. The second phase, which is phase 1.5, will only be for the semi-intensive farmers, in which we will be facilitating contract agreements between wholesalers and fishermen. Then the next is phase 2, wherein wherever possible, we'll try to remove the wholesaler influence from the value chain as well. And this phase again will be targeted at both the marginalized and the semi-intensive farmers. So this is how the value chain breakdown looks like in terms of the phases we just mentioned. This is phase 1, wherein we are just trying to remove the trader or the auctioneer from the value chain. And this is phase 2 down the line, wherein we try to remove the wholesaler wherever possible as well. Our platform also uses a ranking method and a leaderboard, which will help both the parties determine with whom they want to carry out their business.
Okay. So you mentioned something about techno-economic support. So what exactly do you mean by that?
So doing business with us will help us marginalized farmers gain a credible income statement, which will help them get loans from our tie-ups with NABARD and other financial institutes. We shall also partner up with existing startups like these, which will be offering various tech offerings to help the semi-intensive farmers upgrade their fishing quality.
So don't you think it is a bit, ambitious to go about, everything? So how do you plan to, move forward?
So GTM is to first onboard the wholesaler and then the fisherman after generating enough demand. The extra steps of contract agreement have been shown on the side.
So what's your projected growth in future? And is there any exit strategy?
Yes, so basically we'll be burning cash for the first 2 years, and we'll be break even at the end of year 3, and our projected revenue at the end of year 4 would be 20 CRs from 1.2 CRs in year 1. And with that, our ask for today is 7 crores for 15% equity. And our exit strategy would be basically selling your equity or merger options. The options are also already given in the slide. And you can already also see the business canvas of our entire business model. And with that, be rest assured because Matsya Dost is assured. Now I'd request the audience to please take out their phones and scan the QR code on the screen to get the feeling of our website. And Ishan will be giving the demonstration of our website as well.
So basically, this is the platform. This is the live bidding platform. It's already on the website. And we just took a video so that you don't have to search on the website for which the QR code was displayed before. So what you do is you first log in as a seller, right? So the fishermen won't do it. Our executives who will be onboarding or listing the produce of the fishermen will be doing this for them. You log in, you go to the sell option. Now you log in as a buyer, right? And you see how much the bid has been posted for. So the fisherman has put 1400, which is the ask the fisherman deems suitable for his sell. This is the live auction timer. For example, I'm a buyer and I've put 1500 there. So the timer will go on. At the end, the bid will get executed. And so the pop-up shows and the bid gets executed. Now you can log in back as a seller, the fisherman, and you can go into your fish list and check who has bought your order for what amount. You get the details there. So this ensures a higher price for the fishermen who are currently at the mercy of the middlemen. Thank you.
The jury, you may ask the questions now.
I think this particular concept we have already seen in some other industries. So is it a novel idea? It's seen in fruits. I've seen in vegetables, in some steel industry. This is quite visible. So
Yes.
so it is definitely copyable. So we have seen other industry already doing this.
So the revenue streams that we are generating are unique to our idea. Okay, so we are actually not a D2C platform or a B2C platform. So we are B2B, purely B2B. So we'll just be buying from the fishermen and we'll be selling it to the wholesalers or the agencies that create the contracts. So going down the path, we'll try to connect the fishermen to the exporters or the international agents. Okay, and we'll try to create contracts for farming. So in that case, we are unique. Apart from the auction platforms are already been established in agriculture sector in general, but for fishery sector, it's unique.
No, it may be because it's fishery, but otherwise as a steel, as an agri, as for fruits, we have seen this concept already working. And the business model is something which I'm not sure how is your revenue linked on this whole issue. Scalable
yes,
business model, because you will end up, what value addition is you kind of aggregating or sharing information.
sir, I'll explain you step by step. So anyways, there's a problem with this slide. So I'll explain it. In phase 1, what we are doing is, we are charging a poultry commission fee, okay, that is of 2%, by replacing the auctioneers, okay. In phase 2, what we are going is, we are basically replacing the wholesaler. So now we have a bigger margin to play with, that is of approx 16%. Now for a wholesaler, what is the breakup? Okay, if he is getting 16 rupees, he is able to save 6 to 8 rupees for himself. Rest, everything goes into logistics, overheads and labor. What we'll be doing is basically, we'll be increasing this wholesaler margin from 6 to 8 to 10 to 12 rupees for us. With this extra rupees which we saved, okay, we'll be investing in the business again to develop a tech platform, so that in the next phase what we are doing is basically we are connecting with the retailer, right? So if you see the model, yeah, this one, see, we are passing 4 rupees down to the retailer, which is our acquisition strategy initially, right? So after a few years, what we'll do is we'll build a marketplace for these retailers to maybe go to a dark store model, or just a marketplace for them to sell it online. And this 4 rupees which we are passing down to the retailer, and the extra 4 rupees which we made from the wholesaler margin which they are making, right? So 8 rupees we are passing it down to the consumer. So consumer is getting the fish from 100 rupees to 92 rupees, which will basically create demand and at a lesser price as well. So this is our vision.
You said in 2 places that you're going to be eliminating the wholesalers. Have you evaluated what is the role that the wholesaler plays in the entire chain?
So if you see, sir, in phase 1, we are just replacing the auctioneer because they have very less value addition except for icing.
I understood that. I'm
Yes.
saying, have you understood the role that a wholesaler plays in the
Yes.
entire chain?
Yes, so the wholesaler, they play basically the logistics to carry from the landing center to the wholesale market. This is the main role, including the loading, unloading, the fishing and the grading. This is the main role which they play. That is why our phase 2 execution will take time, because to replace, we need to understand the market.
I'm cutting you here, but do they play a role in terms of financing the fishermen?
No, sir. So currently what we are identified is the trader or the auctioneer as the one who actually, they give out loans from their pocket to the fishermen, and instead they charge even more commission for the produce that they have. They charge interest and they charge even more commission for, to the fishermen.
Okay, so at one stage you're saying you're going to be eliminating the wholesalers over here. In the next slide or the slide next to that, you had said you're going to be onboarding. In the GTM you mentioned you onboard the wholesalers again. So would that not add back the margin that you were talking about eliminating?
Onboarding wholesaler is for the phase 1, because we need to create a demand for the, for the fishes for us to auction them from the fishermen. Okay, so to create the demand, we'll just eliminate the first, part of the value chain, and we'll replace them. That is the trader or the auctioneer. So we'll create the demand via the wholesalers, and we'll then auction the fishes that we collect from the fishermen.
So are you? Sorry, go on, Sunil.
I just wanted to add, like we understand that it's not possible to completely eliminate, the presence of a wholesaler everywhere. That's why we mentioned that we would want to do it wherever possible, and we plan to do it at a later stage by the time which we would want to interest the wholesaler into contract farming and export options on the platform. So they still have a vested interest in the platform, and we do not wish to eliminate them. We just want to reduce the influence wherever possible.
Go on, Sunil. Asking something? No. No, so are your entire business premise to me seems absolutely unethical, no? On one hand, you're saying, in first phase, I want to onboard the wholesaler, just because it will serve your purpose. Then you're saying, I want to eliminate him. So your very premise right at the outset is, ठीक है, अब मेरा काम चला तो मैं कर लेता हूँ इसके साथ, उसके बाद मैं इसको side में कर दूँगा. Comments?
Sir, if you see the market right now, in West Bengal, if I take, there is approx 500 wholesalers versus 3,000 retailers. So what the business is actually they are trying to do is basically these retailers and wholesalers, they are merging together. I mean, these wholesalers itself are becoming the retailers, or the retailers are becoming wholesalers. They are doing both the jobs. So even if, we won't be replacing, what they are basically trying to do is they are taking 16 rupees of the wholesaler margin and the 16 rupees of the retailer margin and playing with a 32 rupees margin. They are trying to do both the activities.
I was just going by what you mentioned, right? So.
I just want to take forward Sunil's question. What according to you is the role being performed by the wholesaler today?
So the wholesaler, as I said, they basically take the fish, they pick up the catch from the landing center via the auctioneer, and then they bring it to the wholesale market, sell it to the retailers, or they itself for the retailers as well in some occasions, or in most occasions actually. And the role is basically icing, loading, unloading, and grading of the fish. And yeah, this is the role which they play.
So if they're not able to sell the fish, what happens?
The wholesaler, if they are not able to sell. So right now what is happening in this market is everyone has a prefixed auctioneer, everyone has a prefixed retailer. So what our model will try to do is we will shift from a contact base to a quality base. Because
no, that's not the question.
Yes.
If they're not able to sell the fish, what do they do?
Basically what happens is they, as I told, right, they have a prefixed retailer in place. If they don't buy that, then what they do is in the wholesale market itself, you can see the price of the fish when it starts to sell. Earlier in the day it is very high, then it starts to keep on decreasing. So they will sell it at a lesser cost.
So they may also need to store it?
Yes. So the question what he's saying, this is a perishable commodity.
Yes.
Every person is playing a role in a perishable game. The retailer, so-called the person who has produced, is not having that holding capacity is what we are saying. And therefore this will actually get into a trap of something which will destroy the goods itself if the wholesaler doesn't come in the picture.
So sir, we'll be replacing and we will be taking care of the logistics and the warehousing.
I don't think that's a business model. You're saying you will take care of the logistic, inventory cost and everything. Who's holding the inventory cost?
Sir, for the second phase we'll be doing it. Instead of wholesaler, we'll be doing
How much of inventory holding have you assumed, and what is the kind of goods which will get destroyed? What is the cost of that whole destruction?
So basically,
I think the cash flow which you're showing is not capturing this kind of inventory deterioration.
So the cash flow which we have made is precisely on phase 1 and phase 1.5, which is our to facilitate the contract agreements. Now coming to your question, it was absolutely rightly pointed. Fish is a highly perishable substance. It perishes within 11 hours if you don't ice it correctly. For that, I will give you a data. Actually, the fisheries is sold within 40 kilometers. 50% of the inland fish production is sold within 40 kilometers radius, and the next 50% is sold within 200 kilometers. Remaining percent is exported. So within 40 kilometers, that is why through phase 1 we will try to understand the market. Let's say in icing only, will we use broken pieces of ice, or will we use slab ices, so that the fish lasts longer, or maybe we will use dry ice, so that we will try to understand the market sentiments in the phase 1, which would be best for our business. Then we will try to get into the phase 2. This was which I was trying to tell.
Unfortunately, Judy, the time is up for the Q&A. Thank you so much, Team SCHRD. To the teams here, you can also use the mics, the handheld mics, if that's more convenient for you. Next up, we have the Team Expand Capital from IIM Bangalore. This campus has been a recipient of the Long-Standing Entrepreneurs Award by TUP last year. They've been mentored by Mr. Ashish Goyal, the CEO and co-founder of Urban Ladder. Will they hold the title of the ultimate winner this year? Let's find out.
At Expand Capital, a focus on solving the working capital problem for MSME exporters using technology so that they can expand their business. We aspire to build a cutting-edge tech platform that brings investors and exporters together to provide credit where it's due and at the right price. Most of the exporters function on credit. Generally, a letter of credit is issued by the importer's bank to exporters, which acts as a guarantee for these transactions. To keep working capital flowing, exporters discount these LCs from their bank to obtain immediate cash. Currently, banks charge high LC discount rates, processing period is long, and very cumbersome with lots of documentation required. This creates barriers for MSMEs to access these services, constraining their expansion and working capital financing. We envisage building a tech-enabled platform for involving MSMEs and investors. Expand Capital aims to replace the traditional LC discounting process of commercial banks and NBFCs, which is fraught with inefficiencies and high pricing. Through use of technology, we aim to provide the MSMEs with an easy, seamless avenue for working capital financing. On Expand Capital's platform, MSME exporters can get their LCs discounted in a seamless and efficient fashion. Instead of following a cumbersome physical process, exporters can digitally upload their documents on the platform, which would be verified through OCR and AI technology for immediate fund disbursement within 1 to 2 days. Moreover, discount rates offered to exporters would be 1 to 2% less than those provided by banks due to lower operational cost and volume aggregation. On the other side, investment units backed by the pool of acquired LCs will be issued to investors looking to park their short-term funds. The rate of return offered on these units would be higher than general money market interest rates of 3 to 5% and will provide a new investment avenue to the investors for the short-term investments, which is generally not available. Expand Capital would like to bridge the key funding gap for MSMEs and provide new and lucrative investment avenue for prospective investors. In the market of LC discounting, most traditional commercial banks rank high on cost and low on convenience. While some fintech and other platforms are trying to make the process more convenient, there's still a big gap in the market for low-cost, high-convenience solutions where we aim to operate. Our target market would be MSME exporters who don't have access to sophisticated products of large banks, hence creating a market disruption. Initially, our primary source of revenue would be the spread between discount rate and yield to investors and the fee on FX conversion. As we grow and improve our customer stickiness, we'll also start earning from subscriptions, advertisements, and new product additions. According to our preliminary estimates, we're expected to achieve an income of about 25 crore rupees by financial year 27 and a user base of about 20,000. Our business plan is to become the integrated working capital solution provider to MSMEs, including the likes of export financing, receivable reconciliation, etc. going forward. Our innovative platform, solving a critical market gap with lean hybrid model, early mover advantage with network effects, large addressable market with significant growth potential and proprietary technology provide us with the competitive edge.
So hello everyone, thank you so much for taking out the time today. We wanted to give you some context on why we started building Expand Capital. So I come from a family business background and we have a small manufacturing plant in Nagpur. And over the summer when I went back home, I spoke to my father and we were talking about what more export opportunities could be there for our business. In that conversation, I got to know about the LC discounting sort of process. And what I realized was that this market is extremely big, but there are two major issues with the LC discounting process currently. One, it's a very cumbersome process. There are multiple back and forth with the bank with tons of paperwork, which takes a lot of time. On average, it takes 7 to 10 days for the money to hit your account. And second, the cost of financing for MSMEs is extremely high. We as an MSME were paying somewhere around 1.5% per month to get the LC discounting fee. As LC discounting fee, a lot of these MSMEs don't really have that kind of margin structures to support or to get such kind of financing. So having identified, the hassle, the process which is very cumbersome and cost of financing, we started building Expand Capital. I think if we can move on to the next slide. So our digital first strategy, so to tackle these two problems, we focused on building a digital platform. So our digital first strategy helps us tackle not only the cumbersome discounting process, but also takes a step towards reducing the cost of financing for MSMEs. So if you look at the traditional banking model, majority of their cost is of course cost of capital, but a major 30% cost comes from the operational cost because of branches and employees, etc. We, due to our digital sort of background, can reduce this operational cost massively by giving some benefit of cost of financing to the MSME.
Going forward, as we plan to move ahead, we'll want to make an integrated platform that offers all types of trade financing solutions that would include receivable reconciliation, FX services, bill discounting, and other payment solutions to the MSMEs. Currently, these are tailored by the banks to cater to large corporates and are not really accessible to the MSMEs, we believe. So as we keep building these new products, we will augment our risk management framework that is digitally enabled. And this is going to take into account both traditional and non-traditional parameters like cash flows, promoters' history, banking statements, strengths, etc. So we've also figured out the legal and legal requirements by SEBI and RBI that are going to be required. Looking at a startup journey, once we decided our business model, we went ahead, conducted customer and investor interviews, and developed an MVP, which you'll see in our video, to garner market interest and customer feedback on the platform. And after doing the hypothesis testing, we solidified our assumptions about the market to generate a website for the simple interface. On an ending note, we're a team of passionate entrepreneurs from IIM Bangalore, and we believe that we'll be able to lead this to success. Presenting our website prototype to give you a better picture of our user journey. The homepage explains about the company with separate options for exporters and investors to explore further. For the exporter, documents which are verified using a proprietary AI technology and OCR at the backend, allowing for up to 80% of the amount getting disbursed in less than 48 hours. For our investors, we provide access to an all-new asset class, which is very safe, yet gives higher returns than those of comparable risk. An investor can choose the different industries he's interested to invest in, and within his selection, make a choice for a product of desired risk-return profile among the offerings. The investor can then choose to invest the desired amount in the chosen security and will also have access to the portfolio dashboard that helps tracks all his investment.
Jury, over to you for questions.
So team, 2-3 questions. I'll ask all at one go and then you can respond. One is the cost of funds. What's your source? Okay, and you are competing with banks. So what's your who's your benchmark bank, and what's the value proposition here? What's the the differentiating factor? Is your model built on ease of documentation and speed of processing, or the rate spread and cost of finance, or both? And what makes you confident who did you benchmark your process and cost of funds to, which banks, and what makes you so confident that you'll be able to disrupt the market?
So on the source of financing, the model essentially is that on one side we have MSMEs who come and list their LCs. What we do as a platform is securitize or bunch up these LCs into a security and sell units to investors like you and I, or HNIs, or other investors. The value proposition for investors here is that now today they have access to only stocks and bonds, but not to an asset class which is actually very less risky. If you can show that slide. Yeah, an asset class which is very less risky, but they don't have access to it right now. Only banks can sort of discount it. So that is sort of the value proposition from our end. In terms of cost of financing, I agree the cost of capital for us is going to be sort of larger than the bank. But where we are actually playing at is the operational cost. So the value stack that we showed you, where 30% for a traditional bank is the operational cost, for us it's going to be 10% because we don't have any branches. Although we have employees and we have a server technology cost, but it is much lower compared to a physical setup that banks currently have. So that's where we play at. I think just one additional point that I wanted to make, for larger companies, when the volume is very high, banks can provide you very good financing. But for MSMEs, given the volume is so low and the operational metrics that the banks have, they're not able to sort of give good rates to MSMEs.
So if you're moving towards a securitization model and selling it in bunches and making credit-worthy pieces, where was the whole discussion about assessing the credit-worthiness or rating, or how do you kind of market to market in terms of the credit profile?
So basically it comes at a later stage. So when we talked about our product roadmap, so we start with the LC discounting, but then but LCs are backed by mostly by importers banks, so you don't need that robust risk assessment because it's already guaranteed. But further, when we add more products such as export invoicing or in general supply chain financing, we need, in that case, we need a more robust risk management, risk assessment framework for us, because if we are lending, even if we are taking investors' money and lending from on our behalf without any collateral such as an LC, then so in that case that risk assessment framework comes into picture, and I think and we believe that we can do it in a good way, because when we have built our database with the exporters that we onboard in our first phase, we'll have a lot of data points on them, and secondly, apart, not only the traditional methods of risk assessment such as balance sheet, etc. We'll also look at what has been their customer profiles, what has been their industry growth, and what has been the promoter history to develop a more comprehensive risk assessment framework, which is not in place currently. And I think that is one of the major reasons why banks hesitate to extend loans to these MSMEs, because they don't have the data points and they follow traditional methods of the risk assessment.
Are you quite sure that they do not have those data points for that assessment? Are you?
So they have few data points, but since you're not doing that much business with those MSMEs, especially in the supply chain financing, that is the one thing that we talked about, that a lot of these large commercial banks, they mostly, a lot of I was working with JP Morgan's Treasury Solutions. So most of these, a lot of our top products like FX products or export payment solutions were catered to large corporates. Any small, we were never serving any MSME exporters or small guys. So even when you come, even getting those data points from your relationship history is difficult to assess extending any further products to these guys. So if we have a working relationship in the first phase, by getting that LC discounting going on, then we have more data points, and then we can do a better risk assessment. That's what we believe.
Okay, I think we have a disagreement. There are a lot of focus by the banks towards MSME. That's a target they all have. Okay, you said differentiated technology. I couldn't see what is the differentiation you bring on table, which is not copyable by any other bank or big financial institution. What is the differentiation? This is copyable, scalable. This I couldn't see, at least I didn't see anything, but you said differentiated.
So I think on the tech side, you're right. I mean, banks can do it, but I think some of us have worked with banks and we know how long it takes for them to actually move their tech stack given the legacy that they have. But I think from a product perspective, the differentiation that we have is that investors on the other side don't have access to an asset class like this. And even when banks lend or discount LCs, it's through their own capital. So I think our value proposition is on both sides, to the MSME and the investors, given they don't have access to an asset class like this currently.
My question on this is, banks people go to as investors for the credibility they bring. You're saying legacy, I say credibility. So you are going to be new in the market. What is your marketing strategy? Why would I, as an investor, come to you?
So there are 2 points. So firstly, when we talk about these LCs, so these are very high credit-worthy instruments. So the default rates has been like 0.01%. So these are as good as any government-backed money market instruments. So and mostly when these investors are looking to invest short-term money, they are looking for safe assets. So firstly and secondly, the point, you will offer them a higher return, because in the money markets you are max to max earning like a 4 to 5% return. But in our case, we'll offer them a higher 1 to 2% return on these investments, because they don't have these. Because a lot of these investors don't actually have the exposure to this receivables asset class.
I think just one point. We started with the LC discounting piece because it's a very safer asset. I mean, our sort of ambition is to become a working capital solution provider across the chain, but we started with LC discounting precisely for this reason that, we need a safer asset class which is already backed by a bank. That letter of credit is backed by a bank, which will sort of give some respite to investors to see that the asset class is safe.
So you're still relying on the banks?
I mean, this is the importer's bank who issues the
For
LC.
the credibility bit.
Yeah.
Do we have time?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So, how does it compare with TREDS? TREDS and M1 exchange already exist for SME funding.
So what? So CredX and these startups, what they essentially do is that exactly they list these LCs, but the issue is that the investor needs to go and pick the company or pick the bill that they want to sort of discount or invest in. And what we have seen through customer interviews is that investors don't understand this and they don't want to have this hassle of actually picking one bill over the other. What we have done is we are trying to securitize these LCs so that they have one product which they can come and invest into. So this is like a mutual fund versus an individual security investment. In the individual security investment, you need to do a lot of analysis and research to be able to invest. But on our model, when we have already securitized a product, it becomes much more easier for investors to come and invest.
Plus, their risks get diversified. When you are bidding on a single invoice, your risk is just related to that invoice. But when you are investing in a basket of securities, even if one of them defaults, 99% of your investment is safe. So it's much more safer asset for them.
All right, great. Let's give it up for the team from IIM Bangalore. Well done. So next up, we have a team all the way from Trichy. This dynamic duo has been mentored by none other than Manjula Tiwari, Managing Director and CEO of Cover Story. Will their pitch be the one to beat today? Let's take a look.
For product like this, I was searching that for 30 to 45 minutes, and people who work inside don't have an idea of where exactly products are. So,
जहाँ टाइम बहुत ज़्यादा वेस्ट हो रहा है तो दिक्कत है. अगर हमको 5 मिनट एडजस्ट करना है तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, लेकिन अगर आधा से 1 घंटा खराब हो रहा है.
The QLess Smart Shopping Bundle that can revolutionize your shopping experience. It consists of the Smart Card and the QLess mobile application. The Smart Card uses the power of RFID, edge computing, AI, and IoT technology to make shopping quick, frictionless, and fun. The QR code uniquely identifies the card. When scanned through the app, it connects the customer's mobile application to the card. The barcode scanner scans the product the customer wishes to purchase before it is dropped into the shopping cart. The weighing scale is a safety feature to identify the addition or removal of items from the cart. The RFID antenna scans and validates the addition of those products to the app that have been tagged with RFID. The battery module powers the other components of the cart. The computing module collates the data from the other components and communicates with the QLess application via the cloud. Arvind entered the supermarket on a busy day. He used the QLess app to locate the desired product in the shopping area. Once he scanned the product through the barcode scanner, the product got added to his cart on the application. While the others were still standing in the queue, Arvind made the payment through his app before passing through the virtual checkout zone. A successful payment notified the edge computing node that Arvind's cart consists of paid items. Arvind passed through the RFID gates. The gates identified the cart number and communicated with the edge computing node to validate the payment. Since Arvind paid successfully, he exits the store delighted as he could check out and exit seamlessly within 2 minutes while the others were still waiting for their turns in the queue.
Good morning, everyone. Queues do not have a price tag, but they come with a cost. Mismanagement of queues can severely affect the top line of the business. To put up some numbers, lack of customer intimacy and long queues can result in a loss of 158 customers per day, which translates to a loss in revenue of rupees 4.6 crores per store annually. And this phenomena is not local. Retailers around the world have lost a significant chunk of their revenue to bad consumer experiences. Customer experience and satisfaction are at the center of the retail industry, and an omni-channel presence has become a necessity for businesses everywhere. The future is now, and the players should prepare. Therefore, we present to you the QLess Smart Cart. It is equipped with features to significantly enhance customers' shopping experience. Moreover, the tech aggregates data at a granular level which the businesses can leverage to better understand consumer behavior through our AI-driven analytics. Businesses can further redeploy resources freed up from the POS consoles to increase customer intimacy. Of the total supermarkets in India with more than 15,000 square feet of floor space, we target to acquire 1.1%. We position ourselves as an easy-to-use, low-cost solution to enhance customer experience. We benchmarked QLess against the traditional solutions such as manual and automated POS systems, self-checkout apps, and internationally available smart cards. QLess significantly outperforms in delivering value at a lower cost. Even against indirect competition such as Vispera's image sensing camera and Purpure's self-checkout app, QLess stands out a winner on multiple parameters.
In the growth phase, we aim to acquire the early adopters. We would be looking at running our pilots and measuring our KPIs. We'll be also focusing upon branding and marketing. In the expansion phase, we will be looking at forming long-term partnerships with retail associations and looking beyond our existing target market. By the 4th year of operations, we'll be looking at expanding our product lines and offering replacement cards to our existing customers. By adopting our solution, a business can expect an 18% increment in the customer basket size and around 15 percentage point increase in the conversion ratio. They can also understand their customers better and manage their inventories more efficiently. For this, we accept a minimum order value of 28 cards per store at 12,000 rupees per card. There will be a one-time infrastructure setup cost and a recurring annual maintenance charge. Business can subscribe to our premium features at rupees 3 lakhs per annum. We aim to reach 150 stores in the first year of operations. By the 3rd year of operations, we would have acquired 50% of our sales targets. Even if we assume the minimum order value, we would be profitable in the first year itself. Our model predicts that with an initial investment of 3.54 crore rupees, our project has a net present value of 52.38 crores. Even if we assume the worst possible case with less than 50% acquisition of our sales targets and over 50% churn rates of our premium software features, we would still be profitable in the 2nd year in the worst possible case. Let's take a look at our 3D blueprint. I would like to demonstrate my application. We have developed a minimum, a proof of concept. So as of now, we have got a RFID reader attached to that basket, which has a sensing radius of around 11 inches. So when our product is put in, it will be appearing on the card on the mobile phones. As you can see, the next step that the customer has to follow is to pay and walk out. Thank you.
There is 1 minute for your prototype display.
We are open to questions.
For questions.
So what's unique in this? Well, this is being followed by several retailers across the world now. In fact, I would encourage you to walk into building 22 over here and go to Fresh Zip, pick up the products and just walk out. And that's something which is now being also done. So what's the unique concept? What's innovative here?
So we talked to some of the retailers around Trichy, and we found out that to convince them to adopt a technology that comes at a very huge cost. So the fresh zip solution plus all the other smart cards that are available with image sensing cameras and all those are available at a very high cost, which they do not justify the amount of, and they are operating on a very minimal margin. Where we are different from the other solutions is that we are available at a very low cost. At 12,000 rupees per card, we are charging them a one-time setup cost and all those things, and that is available for less than what a retail business makes in 2 days. So that's where we are different.
Did you try out this concept with Reliance Retail?
We did go to a store at Smart Bazaar in Trichy, and they have a POS console and alternative applications available, and there is a significant challenge of accuracy. Now, we have tested multiple models. One is, in case RFID is attached to almost all the products with narrow margins, the accuracy rate can be as high as 93 to 100%. However, when we talk about the handheld POS systems, which some of the smart points are using, that's where the accuracy rate falls, because you have to trust the consumer with being honest.
Have you taken the total cost into account in that case?
Yes, sir. So the cost of hardware, we got a quotation from one of the manufacturers around Kopargaon in Maharashtra, and he said that he can manufacture over 250 cards in 1.5 months. And
no, I'm not talking about just the card. I'm talking about end-to-end in
yes,
terms
sir.
of the RFIDs and the products and manpower involved and all of that. Have
Yes,
you
sir.
taken that into account?
This is our component cost. So this is our cost structure. We have taken the total cost into account. As you can see, in the first year of operations, we have considered the cost of technology, manpower, and logistics as well.
How's your manpower cost the same in year 0 and year 1? You don't plan to give your workforce increases at all?
No, sir. Actually, in the year 1, we planned at establishing a team of engineers, and the manufacturing will not be in-house. It will be done by a contract manufacturer. We do not envision that we will be incrementing the workforce in the first year, because the marketing team and the sales team required in the first year will be carried over to the second one. Once the sales start coming in, that's when we will actually have to increase the
What's
team.
your backward working on this? When you have the figures there, what this is for a total of how many people?
We would have a team of around 15 people.
At an average salary
for the engineers, it would be around 7 lakhs. And
you'll get an engineer for 7 lakhs today?
The developers are, the entry-level developers and around 2 years plus experience are for 7 lakhs. And the architects are available, they work at around 16 to 18 lakhs per annum minimum.
Okay.
So sensing is through only RFID in your model?
So we have got 3 things. One is a barcode scanner. For the customer has to scan the barcode scanner and put it inside the basket. The basket has 2 things. One is a RFID antenna, which will restrict the RFID field within the area of the basket itself, which with around half a meter of radius, and there is a very high sensitive weighing scale with a load cell. Now, what happens is the customer has to scan and put something inside. In case the customer forgets to scan something and put something inside, it is tagged with an RFID, which would intimate on the application that something has been put inside and it is not scanned. Please scan it and put it. That's how it is that is how it is going to go around. So we have realized that there are certain products where putting up a RFID may not be possible for the business itself, like mangoes or apples. But we also have a person over there who puts up a barcode, seals it, and then gives it to the customer. So in that particular case, we have got a weighing scale. We can identify the discrepancy and tell the customer that you cannot pay until you have actually until you have rectified this particular issue.
So you're selling the technology or technology bundled cart? What is the product?
Technology bundled cart, sir. It has to be available with an application and the hardware.
So how can you scale it up by going to the general trade? Can you use this basket and not the cart and only your technology?
Yes, sir. So initially we aim to cater to the problems of the hypermarkets, but over the course of our business, we aim to customize our product to, let's say, businesses having homogeneous SKUs like fashion stores hardware, and there can also be, this is also applicable to dark stores and warehouses. So we have talked to certain owners of warehouses where we understood that they still, for inventory check-in, they use a barcode scanner. But however, we can use this technology, this concept to make this process much more seamless.
So since the whole idea is to kind of kill queues, right?
Yes, sir.
How does this cost compare to adding more cash tills in the store?
Sir, so we have realized that as of now, a particular POS at a hypermarket, so nearest store to our college is a DMart, which has around 22 cash registers. Now, at a given point in time, there are 3 people present at these registers who are given around 10 to 12,000 rupees for standing there. Of this, one person bills. The other 2 people are just involved in bagging and tagging, which we feel is a very unproductive activity for a person getting paid 10 to 12,000 per month. And it would make much more sense to redeploy these resources to help the customers and for customer intimacy. So we cannot put a number because how many POS are being used at a particular hypermarket and how many people are employed over there is a prerogative of the business. But we do recommend that by using our solution, it can actually eliminate a couple of, at least a couple of POS at the entry gates, exit gates, sorry.
I have a question from the customer's point of view. You know, you're talking about queues and how they're annoying, but to download an app at the store as a customer would be just as, you know, deterring for me. So have you thought of that? Because a queue vis-a-vis downloading an app in a place that may not have very great Wi-Fi or, you know, a connection network.
Yes, ma'am. So our end user is not a person who is not actually tech savvy. Now, this tech savvy person is the one who would rather shift to an online mode of buying stuff than going into a store because of bad experience. For example, if my mom goes to a store, she has planned 3 hours in her head that she has to stand in a line for, let's say, 30 minutes, and she's okay with that. The problem comes when I think of going to a store and buying something that has a basket value of around 1,500 rupees. Now, I am a person who already has an application for, I think, I got a GeoMart application and a DMart application as well. Our software can integrate into the software that are already present at the retail stores as well. So the person has already installed the software. All I am providing him is convenience. So once he enters the store, one of the persons can simply give an option to choose.
So this is a linked app to the others, like a GeoMart or...
It can be linked. So that is one of the solutions that we must look at. The second thing is, in case a solution does not have an online presence, it can do it via our app.
I think the
real estate on your phone is really, you know, it's really valuable. You must think of that.
I think the last question from me is, given this is existing outside India in a very big way in many stores, is cost reduction is the only solution you're providing, or is it differentiation technology? Because this exists. You can walk into an international store, just put the cart and exit. So
Absolutely.
What is your differentiation? Is just the cost?
It is just the cost, sir.
The cost is always
it is not the
copyable,
technology.
so it's not, let me say, technology which is differentiates. If you just, is cost a strategy?
Sir, so we believe that in this particular market, the first mover will have the largest share. As you can see that we are not just providing the hardware, it is also the software and the analytics that we offer the customers. So given that we would have acquired at least 150 supermarkets in the first store, and assuming a growth rate of data of terabytes in a month.
The question is, your balance sheet may not be able to support. If a big industrial house gets into it, he can always outsmart you on cost.
That is true, sir.
Then it's not a differentiation.
Okay. Thank you so much, team from IIM Trichy. They say curiosity leads to new discoveries. Apart from being fast and curious, this team has had the opportunity to be mentored by Ms. Aditi Pani, the founder and CEO of Kalara.com. Let's give it up for team Fast and Curious from IIM Calcutta.
Hello everyone, we are team Fast and Curious and we are working on a social cause and we have an impactful solution. Allow me to brief you the same. India is a nation with 1.5 billion people with tremendous diversity with different values and beliefs. With 780 dialects spoken, There is still a community around us that still struggles to communicate with those around them. They feel isolated from the entire society, and their growth in personal and professional life is also hampered due to these communication barriers. Well, we are talking about the deaf and hard of hearing community in India. To explain it further, let me tell you a story. There was a woman named Jyoti living in the suburbs of Solapur along with her daughter Iti, who could not hear. Jyoti did not know sign language and had no means to teach the same to Iti. This resulted in language deprivation for Iti in the early years of her life, which affected her cognitive abilities and problem solving skills. The cure for the same was early and robust access to a sign language which was not available in the suburbs. So they moved to the city as there are only 388 deaf schools in the entire country. But there also she faced multiple challenges in accessing good quality education and had to depend on lip reading or oralism to communicate with others. It is secured a job, but like 70% of the hearing impaired, she experienced isolation at work, which contributed to her feelings of loneliness. There are many Ithis around us, silently suffering from isolation and discrimination. To help such Jyotis and Ithis, allow us to introduce Talk Ithi, an app where they can receive education up to 10th grade and learn sign language at home. We plan to record academic lessons and make it available to the hearing impaired community in India in Indian Sign Language, which is the only language that is 100% accessible to a hearing impaired child. WHO says that there are 63 million hearing impaired and only 250 interpreters for them. To enable a two-way communication, we have an interpretation feature also, where the voice will be transformed to sign language shown by Avatar, which, which will help in understanding the message from the speaker with the help of Avatar. We will design a sign language keypad to generate audio output so that Ithis around the country can communicate to the rest of the world in whichever language they need. This app has the potential to impact over 6 million lives involved in the hearing impaired community and break the communication barrier.
Hello everyone. So assume having a child in a rural area and you are the parent of that child and you can't enroll this child into any other school because this child is deaf and cannot hear spoken languages, and you also don't have access to other infrastructure. This child feels isolated at home, in schools. So for these childs and for this community, we have this idea. The name of the app is HandTalk. So we are introducing a one-stop solution for breaking this communication barrier between DHH community and the rest of the world. So the functionalities that we are offering consist our translation from ISL to audio. So we are introducing a sign language keypad for the DHH community where they can punch in their instructions and then they can just send the enter button, and the app will convert the instructions into audio. Similarly, as was mentioned in the video, we can convert audio into Indian Sign Language for DHH community to understand what others are speaking. Apart from that, you will be appalled to know that there are only 388 schools for deaf and DHH community in India, and we have around 2 million. So WHO says that there are 2 million DHH students in India, and according to Supreme Court, only around 1 to 2 lakh deaf children have access to schools. So to break this education barrier also, we have another functionality which is teaching sign languages not just to the DHS community but also to their parents and others around them. And the fourth part is education up to 10th standard. So this is where we are also bridging in and covering up for the education barrier that exists in India. We thought, why should we actually go ahead with this idea? Is there even a scope for this idea? The smartphone penetration in India is going to be northwards of 95% by 2040, and according to WHO, around every 1 in 4 person is going to have some hearing related issues in India. One of the concerning facts about the DHS community is around 18% school and college going students commit suicide, around 18%, which is significantly higher than other kids. And overall suicide rate in DHS community is 30%. And this is derived from the fact that they feel isolated and depressed. And only 2% of the DHS students are able to pass the 12th standard. One of the common comments is why can't we use text-to-speech translation, but according to WHO, any spoken language is not the primary language for DHS community. They rely on sign language. And in India, as we spoke, the infrastructure is not there for teachers to teach the subjects in sign language. And the digital nature of the app makes the entire business idea scalable and practical. Going on to the finances. According to our calculation, in the first 4 years, the total cost of acquisition comes out to be rupees 92 per customer, and we are planning to reach break even in the 4th year, and average profit per customer will be around rupees 58. So I'll just give you a blueprint of how the app is going to look like. This is the Talkity app. If someone is saying something, I can just press on the listen button, and the DHS, a deaf person will be able to understand the message. If they want to say something, they can use the sign language keypad, and we will have sign language courses as well as academic courses available for them. So that's all.
Over to the jury for questions.
You presented 4 figures on the revenue or whatever, the business case.
Yeah.
What's the revenue model here?
We are only monetizing one function, which is the academic part. Rest, all the functionalities will be free, and they will enable us to get into the smartphones of the target segment. So the revenue model is basically subscription model, and basically we found out that in rural areas or tier 2 towns, people on average pay rupees 2,000 per year for their child's education in DHS community. So they are paying rupees 2,000 to access schools. So we are going to price education for the entire year at around 1,200 rupees, and only with that we'll be able to.
But there'll be a humongous cost of content development, right? Isn't it?
Yeah. So we have so basically our calculation says that you are right. The cost of the content development will be very high. But we are going to record the lectures only one time, and they'll be updated periodically, for which we don't need to have a lot of teachers on our payroll, so we can have only a limited teachers to update the content. But once the content is developed, I don't think there will be a recurring cost of content development after the first year.
I think given that you're going to say it's going to be passing 10th, who is going to validate the first is development of content, then validation. This is allowed to make sure you pass a particular thing. So what is the cost of that?
I'm sorry, can you elaborate on
For
that?
example, you're saying you're going to give a certificate that he has passed 10th. So who is certifying the content?
Yeah, so we are not going to give them any certificate of passing. We are going to assist them in their education. They will still have to appear for the exams which are made available by the government at very low prices. But for basically they don't have access to schools. So for them to get access and to be able to learn all the things in sign language is where we come in. They can, after learning everything, they can appear in the exams in the urban areas where the centers are available, and they can get the certificate
Will
from the
government allow you to appear for exam? That's a question I'm asking you.
Sorry?
Your course should allow him to appear for an exam. This particular learning what he has, will it be sufficient for you to appear in an exam?
Yeah, of course. In fact, NCERT actually in the past few years made an attempt to do the same thing. So they managed to get some of the courses in video, sign language based video format, and it didn't work because it was made very difficult to access for DHS community. but we are also going to do the same thing at a bigger scale, and that will basically help the DHH students understand the subject very well, because it will be in the sign language format. Now that they have understood the subject, they can appear for the exams which the government conducts for them, and that is something that we are not touching upon at this moment, because for that actually we will need to get approval from government institutes like UGC basically, and they will have to enable us and make us.
I think that's a message we are saying. The cost of doing everything, is it factored in your business case?
Cost of doing everything in
the approvals, the content development, the everything has to be there, no?
So apart from approval, everything is considered. We are actually not touching upon that. So basically, we are basically like Byju's for DHS community. We are not providing them the certificate that, okay, you are 10th standard pass out now, you can show this and get a job. We are basically assisting them in their education. Exam, or if you are talking about degrees or basically certification, getting approval that, okay, I am a 10th pass person, for that they will have to go to the government centers only.
I think that's the message we are saying. One is that you are assisting, but then he has to still go through a proper process of getting government not to get a certificate.
Yeah.
When you just use the word Byju's, that means you are an outside agency.
Yes. We are not replacing the schools, we are assisting their education.
So it's like a tuition app for
you can say
the
that.
hearing.
You can say that, but as I said, a lot people don't have access to any type of education, not even school, not even tuition, anything. So it makes sense for them to make that one trip for exams to a metro city, but it doesn't make sense for them to basically go and live in a metro city just for their entire year to access the education. So that's where we come in. We empower them with education, and then they can get the certificate.
Will I be able to access this content on a smaller screen, like a phone?
Yes.
So, well, the need that is being met is good. From an application point of view, if this is more like a public, it's for public good, what the government should be doing. But is there any alternate application for this kind of technology, which can be your base revenue earner, and of course then this service to the hearing impaired will be given at a discount, or it's more of a CSR activity. So, but is there any alternate base case for your business?
Can you elaborate on the base case?
What I mean to say is that if this is a service where people are being taught through sign language, the customer that you are catering to are the people, are the hearing impaired, and many of them may not be able to afford it, and therefore when you sell it to them, you will be probably selling it at cost or at a low price. So therefore there may be no business case to make out of it, because it's in the nature of a CSR activity, right? Okay. So is there any alternate business case which can be the main?
Okay, I'll tell you some facts, and if you still have this question, we can debate about that. So you are saying there is no business case, right? There are
I think let me help you. Okay. What he's trying to ask you is that if you move away from a subscription-based model, are there any kind of alternative revenue streams that you can imagine? Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah. So we can actually add courses related to skill building also. So unemployment rate in DHS community is significantly high, and we can have upskilling courses also.
So he doesn't want you to charge the DHH community any money to access your app. Now, how do you make money? That is the question.
See, our target segment is DHS community. So we will either have to charge the parents or the educators for them to access sign language courses, but it becomes very difficult, and for us to convince them that you should learn sign language only from us is very difficult. So we actually brainstorm on this, and the only avenue where we feel we can actually generate revenue is academics, and that's where we are going to score. Yeah. Just a few more facts if I may add. So according to WHO, deaf students in India were around 2 million in 2020, and that number is actually going to grow. And even if we are able to convert only 5% market, which is 1 lakh students, and even if we charge them just 1200 rupees, which is significantly lesser than what they are paying. As I said, they are paying around rupees 2000 per year for 1 year's education, right? So even if we charge them lesser than that, and even if we convert just 5% market share, we'll be able to break even in the 4th year, and it will cover content development, app development, and other operating expenses also.
So you just presented certain graphics. Where are you in the development journey?
Yeah, so so basically, in order for us to get incubated or to ask VC money, we needed prototype. And for us to build the prototype, our estimates are we are going to need around 10 to 15 lakhs. So we don't have a functioning prototype yet. So we are looking for funds to get there, which will open doors for us to approach VCs, which will basically fund the entire app building cost.
All right, well done, Team Fast and Curious. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, so with that, we have now finished the first 5 teams, and we have 5 more to go. I have heard all your pitches. I personally am feeling very thrilled, but just in case the josh is not too high, we have some coffee and tea and refreshments available. Let's take a short break, but before that, just want to remind everyone out here, as well as those who are watching live, there's a QR code, of course, up on screen. Please remember to vote for your favorite team. If you like someone, please, some team, please vote for them immediately, such that you can help them win the Popular Choice Award. And also, speaking of showering love, February being the season of love, Valentine's Day is coming up, right? We'd like you to shower some love on us. If you'd like to share your favorite moments or any pictures on social media, make sure to tag us using #Reliance TUP. All right, with that, let's take a quick 15-minute break and we'll be back shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd request you to please take your seats. We're about to begin the next segment. So in case any of your team members are missing, please keep an eye out on them. Let's not start without any of the students. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. For those of you who've just joined in, welcome to the grand finale of the Ultimate Pitch 8.0. Welcome to all those of you who are here, as well as those who are joined in on the live. A quick reminder to please keep your cell phones on silent and please avoid moving around while the teams are presenting so we're not disturbing them. And let's get started with the next segment. So kick-starting this next segment, we have a team from IIM Lucknow. They have been mentored by Sangeet Kumar, CEO and founder of Adverb. Their aim is to try to bring about a Parivartan through their idea. Let's see if they can impress our jury today.
Agriculture employs 58% of India's population. As a source of capital, farmers take credit from local lenders and banks. In India, 60% of crop yield is susceptible to weather shocks, and rainfall vagaries play the biggest role among all the factors. Crop insurance protects farmers from such vulnerabilities. Crop cutting experiment is conducted by government and insurer to quantify the average loss at block level by measuring the crop yield data from randomly selected fields. As he gets much lower claim amount than his actual loss, he is completely devastated now. The farmer loses hope and ends his life.
Unfortunately, 1.4 lakh crores of crop loan goes on being NPA every year. The whole process, from claim calculation to its settlement, lacks credibility to farmers. It is impacting the growth of insurance companies, resulting in shrinkage of consumer base, both in premium generated and area coverage.
To deep dive into granularity of the problem, we talked with more than 60 stakeholders including bank officers, insurers, government officers, and farmers. Here is a glimpse of what they said.
प्रीमियम कैसे कटे और उनको जो क्लेम मिले वह भी 2-3 साल तक उसका कोई पता ही नहीं रहे हमारे प्रीमियम हमने भर दियो है तो उनको क्लेम मिलेगा कि नहीं मिलेगा अगर यह योजना ये जो बता रहा है वह अगर सही ढंग से लागू हो जाए तो भारत का जो किसान आर्थिक रूप से बहुत दुखी हो चुका है उनकी आर्थिक स्थिति सुधरी जाएगी।
पटवारियों द्वारा ग्रामीण कृषि में सर्वे करना पड़ता है, खेतों पे जा जाके खरीफ की फसल, रबी की फसल आदि का मौके पर सर्वे किया जाता है, कीचड़ कांटे भाटे में भी जाना पड़ता है।
Optical and microwave satellite images, sourced from NASA and ESA platforms, are processed to get the value of various indices of the concerned crop field. Some of the remote sensing indices used by us. Along with these indices, farm input reports, weather reports, land category data, and CCE data are used to develop the AI/ML model to predict yield, crop type, and net cropped area. Our AI model's output would be used for the holistic agri-value chain, from agri-finance to smart farming solutions, to a scale of an individual farmer.
Hi everyone. The agri-insurance market has three positions right now. AIC and IC are the established players, followed by the niche ones. We are the game changers with GIS-supported AI. The government outlook is quite encouraging, with GIS tendering and training already in process. fairness to this grassroots sector is ensured. The challenge, the costly satellite imagery, and the solution, our answer, is a deep learning model that is trained on authentic land data. Our survey showed that 18 to 25 experts interviewed say farmers will be vastly benefited from this solution. We anticipate resistance as the concerns were downplayed at first. We are a service provider targeting the niche financial institutions. We build and promote in the education and insurance sector.
Our project has 4 stages: setup, prototype, development, and production. As we hire and train the people, we will get into the field, we will collect the data, yield as well as the land classification, and train the AI model. And at the same time, we will do the ground truthing. Next, the big challenge is the social outrage, social reach, because there is a chance that we can get outrage from the farmers community. In the production stage, we will directly work with niche players like IPCO Tokyo, HDFC Airbo, etc. In the highlighted pink zone, this is our cash burn. We are expecting reaching break-even in the middle of second year. As we are getting the revenue flows in, we would invest in the IoT and drone technology to enhance our AI capability. From third year onwards, we will get into the precision farming solution at individual farmers level. Everything goes well with our huge database and loss assessment capability, we will reinforce to become ourselves as insurer.
Coming to the financials, our main cost is manpower, which is 60% of the total, and we are trying to subcontract the semi-skilled labor and the seasonal field work, which will be 40%. Other major cost is R&D, and the cost is calculated for West Bengal, which is having 340 blocks and 20 districts. Our revenue will come from markup pricing of 25% for the insurance and the government, and with we can make 1.2 crore with a conservative market penetration of 15 to 20%.
Hello. So we identified 2 major risks in this process. The first risk is data availability that involves liaising with local bodies like patwaris. The second risk is farmers' response that needs, the farmers needs to be conveyed about the benefits and the results associated with the model. And in the later stage, we look forward to providing the farm best practices to the farmers to have a rapport building with the farmers. And for the way forward, we identify the better indices for a proper DL model and its evolution, and hence crop diversification. And in the end, I would like to end this by saying that we stand on the pillars of trust and communication, and this is how we envisage to build, to bring about a sustainable change in the society, and hence the name Parivartan. Over to you, Saumen. For the
talking about what we have already done. So we can see from here that we have collected data for a particular district, that is Hooghly. These are certain indices that we have processed from the software. These are the, water and NDVI index throughout the crop life cycles of potato, how it is changing, we can say over that. And this is when the crop reaches the harvesting stage. Our DL model already identified where is the crop, where is the non-crop. And also with the help of our DL model, we have identified certain classes. And we have reached at the block level and identified the field. And here we have already quantified how much area is under the particular crop. And our AI model shows a R value more than 0.8, that's a dead result. And what we are trying to do right now is that reach individual fields. That's the thing that nobody is doing. And from that heat map, we can see that how our model is trying to get into the individual field level. Because everything is done at the block level or Gram Panchayat level. But we are targeting individual field and we are classifying them as well. Thank you.
So this looks very colorful, all the stuff that you've displayed right now. In one sentence, what is the Parivartan that you're doing?
Talking about the Parivartan, the process, the crop loss assessment and the claim settlement process takes around 1 to 1.5 years. And the whole claim settlement used to happen at the crop insurance units, that is GP or block, average out. But with our process, we will provide them the data within 3 weeks, and it would be at individual level. Suppose the average out loss is 50% for a block, but we will provide suppose someone is having 10% loss and someone is having 80%.
Okay, understood. I said one sentence, but thank you. Those were several. Thank you.
Do you plan to cover the entire country with this?
Yes, but for that we need a huge manpower, because we are collecting individual data from individual farmers. We are collecting individual ground truthing and building our own database. What is the land class, how, mainly the coordinate as well as the yield, what is the land class, what is the crop they are sowing, and what are the practices they are following.
Is the purpose only to be able to provide the insurance cover and the compensation, or is it going beyond that?
Actually, our plan, we have already shown that beyond 3 years, we would like to get into the precision farming solutions. I mean, we will go for irrigation practices, to fertilizer application, to the post-harvest management, and also the yield forecasting.
So in that case, if you are going to be going beyond just compensation and insurance, and you're saying you require manpower increase, do you actually need manpower increase, or do you need the technology coverage?
Sir, actually, to answer the first question and relate with this one, we are at a very opportune moment where government is bringing in the initiative of Bhunaksha. It's a 2008 initiative which has gathered momentum right now in 2022, and some of the states have already started, mapping the ownership models at the state level for individual farm fields, and this is being maintained by the local government bodies. So we can take that as it's freely available.
Have you tested the concept anywhere?
Actually, Bhunaksha is not digitized yet. The coordinate has not put yet. So from our end, we are going to the individual fields and collecting the data. For what we have done already, we have collected 480 polygons, I mean the individual fields from 2 districts, that is Nadia and Hooghly of West Bengal. And we have developed the model based on that.
Now tell me from your own practical experience or whatever you've interacted with farmers, if you have, what do you think are going to be the biggest challenges in this Parivartan?
Talking about the farmers, first of all, we need to let them know that this will benefit them. The first thing is that. But I think right now we are targeting the second generation farmers who are having the technology and other stuff, not the one who is going to the field, because we will target their son or children. They will make them understood what we are trying to do, because it's all about their benefits. Because sometimes they are getting claims, it is taking time, sometimes they are not getting claims also. And also our main clients are not initially the farmers. We are targeting the banks, insurers and governments. And afterwards, as we get the individual farmers data, we'll go for the precision agriculture solution for them also.
Yeah, but when you are going to be putting the compensation, the claims for compensation, that's the time when you need to convince the farmer that what the farmer is getting is the right compensation. How do you do that?
Sir, can I take this up? So presently what is the scheme is that farmers do get compensation directly into the KCC accounts. So farmers right now also do not know that they are getting the right claim, or on what basis the government is saying that this much loss is there. Because for example, if there is a loss of 80% of one farmer and there is a loss of 10% of another farmer, the average out loss is 45%. So the farmers eventually is not getting, the another farmer is not even getting the claim, na? So the farmers are like, they don't know the exact procedure, how the government is calculating, because for government as well, it is not possible to go to the individual fields and take the survey data. So they take a random sample of a particular land and do the survey. So our solution will benefit all the stakeholders, in the sense that the government will not have to go to each and every field for conducting the crop cutting experiments. And the insurance companies are also reducing the credibility among the farmers, because...
Sorry, I'm interrupting you for a minute,
Yes,
but
sir.
please understand, and I'm belaboring this point, I'm just repeating it because you're so convinced about this, and I'm saying today that farmer trusts the Patwari for whatever it takes. Patwari is going to file the right kind of claim and he's going to get the right kind of compensation. Now, how do you overcome that? So there is a lot which is going to go into the education of the farmers and a lot which is going to go into the technology behind this in order to be able to get that person to be convinced that yes, I'm getting the right compensation. And it's going to take time. So have you factored in all of that?
Yes.
Sir, I want to add on this. as in the latest guidelines of Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, they have added this particular section that in the coming year, the geotagging and all the use of technology will be compulsory for the insurance firms. So one point is that for the credibility, and the second is government is doing collaboration with the insurance firm for sharing this information with the farmer only. They're already doing the marketing thing, and we have included this in our costing also, that we will also do marketing on our own, and we will use the sources of the insurance company, government insurance company, to leverage.
Who are going to be your competitors?
Sir, actually the solution which we are providing, it is a win-win situation for everyone. So if we see a competition, and there is no currently in the market, there is no competitor which is using the same technology.
This can be very quickly replicated.
Sir, speaking on the replication, the main aspect is the AI model, which is inclusive of several indices.
No, the AI model is the thing. Also, we are reaching to the individual farmers, collecting the coordinates, getting the data, what are the land practices, how they are doing the farming and all. So that's the data is something that is, I mean, the jewel of our model actually.
Think it through in terms of your competition. Well, this can be replicated pretty quick.
Yes, sir. So again, two things. Both of them already said that, but the first one is that the AI model, what Kamalji talked about, it has indices and that have factors, and these factors cannot be replicated. That is intellectual property. The second thing, coming to land data, that is not very authentic. If you see the slides that says trash in, trash out, most of the CC data that we collected and surveyed the farmers, they also said that a patwari can go and just visually say that the loss is say 40% or the loss is 60% without actually doing the crop cutting experiment. So we are countering that with our own CCs on ground and doing that and getting authentic data for the model.
So the USP of this is the block level GIS. Is that the USP?
Individual level GIS, not only the block. Yeah. We are targeting the individual farmers, individual polygons of each and every farmer.
So how is that helping in reducing the premium?
Yes, actually, whatever happening right now, the insurance unit, suppose it's a block or Gram Panchayat, there's averaged out claim settlement process. Some farmers used to be deprived and someone used to get excess claim. But we are ensuring that
that's the idea of insurance, no?
It's not that. I mean, if someone is someone's claim is 80 and someone is 10, and average out is 45, so the insurance company has to pay the 45 for both of them. But the credibility is losing for that one who is having 80% of loss. The insurance is paying the 90, but the one who is having 80, he is getting 45. So he is having deprived for the 35 of his loss. And someone whose loss is 10, he is getting 45. So he's, he is getting excess claim settlement. So our main motto is to get into that individual scale, the granular scale, so that each and every individual farmers can get their claim settled.
But when an insurance company assesses loss, okay, for a particular region, they are looking at what has been the impact due to weather, maybe in a particular region, and then there are individual farmer level practices that can also cause some damage to the crop. So the insurance company is insuring losses due to the common conditions of weather. So aren't they right in looking at a larger region than just that particular plot?
Team Parivartan, can you answer crisp? The time for Q&A is over.
We have interviewed farmers. Some farmers used to have, the land classes. Someone is having high land, someone is having low land. That is impacting the whole thing actually. So after the rainfall is happening, some field is getting drawn into the water, and someone is high land, that is not impacted actually. That's happening, and that's happened. Whatever survey we have done among the farmers, they are saying that even at a block level, there is different kind of claim that the farmers is asking for, but it is provided by the insurance company at averaged out process.
Sir, just to add to this, a certain debt or insurance claim could go up to 1.5 years, and this takes up to 6 cropping seasons. and on an average per acre for a person it would cost around 12,000 to 20,000 rupees, and this will create a surplus requirement of 3 lakhs for a farmer for say 3 acres of land, and this is too huge of money for a person to keep with himself or herself always. So this is something we tackle with the 3 weeks thing.
But with our solution, we are providing the exact data within 3 weeks.
Thank you so much, Team Parivartan. Next up, we have Team Titans, whose mentor is Ms. Lavanya, who's the Chief Operating Officer of Zivame. They have come all the way from Jamshedpur. Will the journey end in glory? Let's find out. Team Titans from XLRI Jamshedpur.
Wow, the Reliance team was so amazing. Yes, Sriram, I had an amazing time. You know, all these startup ideas were just brilliant. I actually wish I got a chance to invest in some of these startups. Oh, but why invest in these startups at all? Aren't these investments risky? Well, I do have my fair share of savings set aside and I have a good risk appetite. You know, I wish I was like these VC types and had their connections to identify the right startups to invest in. Yes, my investments would be smaller in value than these VCs, but I feel like it could really help these companies, especially the lesser known ones and the small businesses. It would also give me a chance to diversify my portfolio into these high risk, high reward investments.
You actually raise a very interesting point. A friend of mine who runs an innovative business has been trying to raise capital for such a long time now, and she's been looking for an investor just like you.
What if there was a platform which provided exactly this service? The ability to connect investors like me with startup owners who are seeking investments.
This looks like quite an opportunity in itself, Avenka.
Hi, I'm here to talk about an idea for a platform which has the potential to revolutionize the entire startup ecosystem in India. Today, there are two major problems from any startup perspective. One, there are many startups and with very few funding sources. It's very difficult for startups to connect with investors, especially if they're not from tier 1 cities and do not have networks through IIT, IIMs or through personal connections.
Second, there is supply-demand gaps in funding. Since there are only very few investors, money in circulation for funding is limited, and Indian startups have to rely on global funding.
Now looking from an investor perspective, COVID has seen masses of Indian population, so-called Aam Aadmi, looking for alternative investments opportunities, and we have seen a record amount of investments in share markets, mutual funds, and even cryptocurrencies. This demand-supply gap needs to be bridged with these untapped investments. Enter Start VC, an equity-based crowdfunding platform which will connect investors with startups. The startups will be listed on web application-based platform, and the general crowd as well as celebrity investors can buy equity in these startups.
What's in it for startups? They'll get funding, that is access to capital, they'll get visibility, and they can avail additional services like valuations and pitch books or investment assistance. And what's in it for investors? They're going to invest in startups with a verified valuation of their interest, choice, investment horizons, and risk levels.
Now, let us walk you through what a user would see when they visit the portal. On the portal's MVP, the user can walk through different featured listings on the top. On clicking on a listing, they can see various features such as overview of the company, terms of equity fundraise, updates and news about the company, rewards and investment, discussion by investors on Start VC, investing frequently asked questions, and information about the founders. Apart from these features, users can also look at the ratings issued by Start VC, IRRs and pitch decks by the startup founders, and comparable companies both on the private and public side. Also, based on the risk profile of the investor and their targets, the platform should also tailor recommend investments through deep review.
And that's Start VC, क्योंकि कोई धंधा छोटा नहीं होता.
Hi, we're Team Titans from XLRI Jamshedpur, and we present before you Start VC, an equity-focused crowdfunding platform to bring startup investing to the masses. To startups, it provides access to capital through millions of small investors. To common people, it gives them an opportunity to invest in innovative and exciting businesses. Let's talk about our idea. Our features, our offerings cater to firms and investors. To the firms, we provide support for due diligence, pitch book preparation, valuation, and stock options pre-listing on Start VC. Then the firms can list themselves on our portal. Now we provide marketing services called featured listings on our portal. Finally, once the entity is listed and the funds have been raised, we help transfer these tranches of investment to the firms when the deadline is over, while ensuring that the terms of the contract are followed throughout. And now to the investors. We identified through surveys and in-depth interviews that reliability and lack of exit options are the key barriers to equity crowdfunding. This is what we provide them through our unique features, our USPs, on the bottom right of the slide. First, IB services and due diligence. Most small firms do not have the experience and the appetite of fundraising. Thus, investment banking services, advisory services will help position themselves better in front of the investors. And due diligence is pivotal for the Indian consumers to gain trust about the platform and their own investments. Next, our advanced machine learning and AI-driven models will tailor recommendations to each user basis their return expectations, risk appetite, and tenure of investment. With time, these models will only get better through deep learning. Our decision analytics. This refers to the rich repository of comparable public and private transactions, along with market trends and advanced data visualization services, which make the decision-making process for the consumer so much simpler. Finally, exit options. In the long term, our platform will have a secondary market to allow trading of purchased shares.
Now we discuss the revenue model of this platform. The major revenue sources will be IB services, featured listings, listing fees, and the commission of deals to be paid by startups, and the transaction fees to be paid by investors. On the right-hand side, we have also shown a 5-year financial projection plan, where we show that by the end of third year, we'll be able to attain a positive EBIT, and revenues of 225 crores and investments of 1200 crores by the end of 5 years. Now coming to how will we go to the market and how will we build ourselves as a trustworthy product. For onboarding startups, we have a 3-step framework: identify, reach, and onboard, with a detailed plan for each. For attracting investors, we'll first onboard some star investors, say celebrities, HNIs, and we should also offer equity for early adopters. For our main target group, that is the general masses, we have designed a channel-wise promotion strategy here. And as ads will be themed around Koi Dhanda Chota Nahi Hota. This is how our implementation plan will look like, and our long-term growth strategy would be to launch a secondary market and add offerings like convertible debentures and different forms of debt.
Moving on to how the web platform would look like. This is how the platform would look like. Over here, the investor can see the featured listings. On clicking on a listing, the investor can go through the different terms, the overview of the company, updates about the company, frequently investing ask questions, discussions about the company, and information about the founders. We also have modules for decision analytics to aid in decision making of these investors, wherein the investors can go through the key performance indicators, comparable companies, the rich repository of industry benchmarking, and so on. Now, we are also working on an AI-driven model, wherein basis the return expectations of the investor, we will tailor recommendations as well. So this is Start VC for you. We hereby onboard you to revolutionize and democratize startup investments in India. Thank you so much.
Over to the jury for questions.
So you've spoken about, these startups, onboarding them. Will you be doing some due diligence on these startups, and how will you offer the mitigation of risk to the investors?
Yes, so I'll take up the question. There is a two-pronged strategy that we're going to employ right now. So the complete due diligence part will be handled by big auditing firms, and it is completely outsourced. This is to ensure that there is no conflict of interest when it comes to us listing a particular company on our website. So this is step one. And in step two, what happens is we also rate the company on our own platform. So basis our understanding of the business, we'll also give, like a credit rating, like a credit score to a company, like saying this company is A+ rated according to Start VC. So this is a two-step process that we follow currently, ma'am.
No, but the authenticity of this rating is what the question is.
Yes, sir. Which is why the first step is due diligence by a third-party auditor.
Okay, they will just do diligence. Then ratings still given by you.
Yes, sir. So ratings is given so that we also understand the business in the first place before onboarding them onto the platform.
So are we equipped enough to be like a big rating agency which are there in the country?
No, of course not, sir. So the scale.
So why should a person who's coming on your platform believe you that your rating is good enough?
Our rating is basis A. The auditing, after the auditing only we rate the company. So basis the audit report, we rate the company.
And thereby, our procedure of rating a company in itself has a third-party element to it. So thereby, the
No, see, audit is done by many companies for everybody, but the rating agencies brings a lot of domain knowledge to rate a company.
Right.
Are we equipped enough, and why should people believe you?
So the reason to believe would be the kind of investors that Start VC in itself would have. Like we said in our GTM plan itself, our GTM employs to bring in HNIs, UHNIs, celebrity investors on the platform that builds trust among the investors in the first place.
And just to add on to that, the auditing part, the third parties will do a two-step process here as well. One will be due diligence on the legal side, auditing side, and so on. The second part is also the valuation of the company, and that's where, and that is why I guess from the valuation which these third parties give, along with our own team's financial knowledge, which will be a second step process, we will then give the rating, which will again primarily, let's say 80 to 90% rely on the third party reliable agency's valuation given.
So what is your value addition if most of the things are coming from the...
So this is just the first step of our USP. If you note, our entire platform is basis investors and startups. It's a platform to allow equity crowdfunding, right? So for common people like you and I to invest in, for us to invest in startups. And that is what our main offering is. This is one of our USPs to establish trust in the platform.
So you are assuming that interest in your company is going to wane over the years as opposed to grow over the years, is it? Because as I see it, your projected revenue in the first year, you've shown 37 crores. After 5 years, it just goes up marginally, relatively.
Yes, sir. So the
your investor onboarded is 3 lakhs. The number of investors are going up, but the amount of money that they'll be investing is significantly lesser. And your startups onboarded first year, you say 7,000, then you're assuming that in the next 5 years, startups mindset itself is going to get reduced and there are going to be lesser number of people. So you're showing in a manner of speaking, while absolute numbers are going up, but it's like a completely degrowing company.
Absolutely. So how we are positioning this is, so we have benchmarked our company against a rival in the United States called Start Engine. So what happened there was a very similar story. Unless and until they started burning money, for the first 3 years they burned a lot of money into sales and marketing expenses, and thereby the number of startups that were onboarded in the first 3 years is still at least 4 to 5 times more than what it has onboarded in the last 2 years. So when we stop the spending on sales and marketing, so once we build a critical mass of investors, we do not need to pump in a lot of money on onboarding more and more investors.
Sorry, but your numbers still don't add up. You're showing more number of investors coming into play, but...
Sir, because the also point is that the startups in which we are targeting are basically pre-seed, seed and Series A. So once they move out, then we also have new startups coming in. So investors which are there are for older startups and newer startups both. However, the startups, once they have received Series A funding, it might not be an incentive for them to continue raising more funding from this platform. That's why the startups will grow. However, the investors will grow by a multifold compared to startups. Because the investors are remaining and startups might move out as well.
How will your platform be unique in the sense that what are some of the entry barriers for any of your competition to come and replicate the same proposition?
Again, sir, we are not banking on the fact that this is not immutable. We are banking on the fact that irrespective of how many, irrespective of the number of companies that still exist in the public equity platform, let's say there exists Zerodha, there also exists Sharekhan at the same time. It is not a monopolistic market, rather it's an oligopolistic market. So that is one area that we are banking on. Secondly, the total addressable market that we are catering to is immense. For example, the total addressable market in just the United States apparently is over $14 trillion for investments, a range of 5 years. So similarly for India as well, we expect the the pre-seed to Series A funding round, total addressable market to grow significantly now that they have an avenue where investors, startups can come in and list their firms.
Right, and at the same time, while the market, we don't expect to monopolize, we cannot directly expect to monopolize, but we do hope to differentiate ourselves with our USPs which we've shown here. Just like, just taking the example of public equity and the example of Zerodha, for example, the only reason why they've been able to capture the market is user experience. We, on the other hand, offer a lot of additional features, including exit opportunities, which is a key factor for retail investors to invest in private equity, a key barrier which was identified through our research.
And our long-term vision also includes having a form of insurance also, so that the investor can also be assured that his at least some portion of his investment is safeguarded. So we got in touch with Acco Insurance, and they had told us that they would be definitely interested in pursuing an IDV of up to 30% on an investment, provided there is significant premium on the insurance.
From a purely dhanda perspective, like there are 5 revenue sources, and we hope under great scalability for the business. So from a purely dhanda perspective, we expect this idea to simply, we really our estimate this idea to just work. Like it's a very scalable, highly monetizable idea.
Can you go back a slide?
Sure.
It says www.startvc.com. I did www.startvc.com. It says it's up for sale.
This is a prototype.
This is a prototype website, sir.
So this is a wireframe, sir.
Not a live.
That's what we displayed as the prototype. It's not live.
All right, well done, Team Titans. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, teams, feeling nervous? Feeling okay? Continue to cheer on your other teams, because that'll make everyone feel a lot better. Next up, we have a team that wants justice, and they want it now. We have a team called AI4J from Geo Institute that's been mentored by Farooq Adam, who's the founder of Find. Let's please welcome the team.
तारीख पर तारीख, तारीख पर तारीख, तारीख पर तारीख, तारीख पर तारीख मिलती रही है, लेकिन इंसाफ नहीं मिला मिलोड, इंसाफ नहीं मिला, मिली है तो सिर्फ ये तारीख.
This dialogue is one of the most famous dialogues in Indian cinema, delivered in early 1990s. Back then, the number of pending cases in our courts were around 1 crore. Today, that is in 2022, it has grown to 4.5 crores. The number itself tells you about the clock state about judiciary system. A typical point to note over here is that we only have 21 judges per million people in India working under tremendous pressure. Almost 1 crore cases are waiting for results from last 5 years, and as of now, most affected of all are civil suit cases wherein the time taken to resolve goes beyond 1 year in more than 65% of the cases. Such scenarios makes the advocates and the plaintiffs' life difficult with respect to time and financial planning, resulting in a fact that only 10% of the 14 lakh lawyers in India are flourishing with their law practices. So to tackle these problems, we analyzed the official reasons stated by the authorities and came up with a plan to speed up the whole process by using the power of artificial intelligence and data science.
But how? Here is the way. With the help of AI4J module, petitioners just need to answer 3 questions, either by speech or text. What happened with him, what evidence he has, and what are his preliminary demands. The model will then perform efficient legal research by quickly sifting through millions of solved cases. It will formulate the winning chances and predict the case result. It will provide a list of evidences required and
outside the court settlements. An advocate can get the petition draft, similar case for research references, the win-loss probability, as well as a count of approximate number of hearings a particular case will go through. They can use this information to calculate the cost that needs to be charged back to the clients. Courts can use this for solving pending cases, and judges can use it for knowing acts, sections, and critical points to attack on to resolve the case in least number of.
The solution is very strong too. We are building our product for pending as well as new cases getting filed. When it comes to pending cases market, we already have 4.5 crore pending cases to solve. A one-time fee can be negotiated with the authorities to resolve these cases. Matter of fact is that Indians have already spent 28,000 crores of rupees in 20 years on these pending cases. When it comes to new cases market, cases getting filed in India per year is around 14 lakhs, and Indians are spending a minimum of 5,000 rupees during the filing stage itself. In long term, this system can be also deployed in other countries working on similar law system as that of India.
Our go-to-market strategy is very simple. For the first year, we are targeting top law firms and advocates on subscription basis at a cost of 4,500 rupees per month. Then we will attract one-time users, that is the general public, at paper case model. For our future customers, that is the students, we have freemium model. When it comes to revenue, we are expecting a net profit of 11% from 15,000 subscribers out of 14 lakh lawyers in India. We will approach the honorable courts in second year and after building our reputation in advocates community. Now note, the profits for courts have been kept low on purpose. All the figures that you see in here are something which we are confident that we can deliver. First reason is the success of ChatGPT. And on top of that, we are building on, or we are training an open source platform model called as Author AI GPT-J. It will bring down our cost of operations by 50% and will also reduce our dependability on OpenAI. Second reason is the mentorship we have. All the names displayed over here are the best in the business. We also have Solis Law Associates as our domain experts and are eager to try our MVP, and they will be our first customer too. Third reason is the team we have. We consider ourselves as superhumans, and we are ready to unleash the power of AI by coding them practically. Before we proceed to the prototype video, I would like to showcase the power of transformers. So what we did is we took 80 out of 1,000 pages verdict of Ram Mandir's Babri Masjid case and tried to extract the evidences. The output was awesome. But that is not the main thing which I want you to focus. I want you to focus that the court verdicts can go up to 1,000 pages. Just imagine the time and effort that we are saving for our law community by building these prototypes. And yes, this is only one out of the 9 APIs that we are building. Now we'll be looking at the prototype video, which is just a general model of what we are building by March end.
Take an example. Say a community saw the proceedings of Ayodhya's Ram Mandir and Babri Masjid case and wants to file a case similar to its. Let's see how our model responds to this particular query. They will input the situation, their demands, and the evidence they have. As on date, our demo model can help them in maximum 250 words. It can specify what will be the time required. Say in Mumbai jurisdiction, it is 2.5 years. It can tell you the list of evidences wherein it focuses on historical evidence, archaeological evidence, title deeds, testimonies, religious texts, expert opinions, cartographical evidence, documentary evidence, oral evidence, and statutory evidence. It is also specifying the best narrative and the process to follow for such cases. It also provides other relevant case citations and the acts to follow. And finally, it can give a good hint of what can be the result of the case. The deployable model will be ready by March end.
It's a very strong proposition, but the success of this entire thing will rest on how are you planning to train the AI tools. So what's the strategy or the plan there?
So the first thing that we are doing is we are scrapping all the repository cases. Based on that, we are choosing the best cited cases, because the way a law system works is they go out for the best cited cases, which are the most important cases. And based on that, a lawyer will come up with evidences, or he will come up with acts that he needs to present in the court. Similarly, we are training our AI system. We will train it with the best cases out there. We'll try to feed the best evidences. We'll try to feed the best, demands that a particular
when
case
you
or
say
a subtype.
best, how does one figure out what's best? In whose judgment is that best?
Sir, as of now, the general rule of thumb is if a particular court case is cited for say more than 10 number of times, 25 number of times, then that particular case is considered to be the best for that particular subtype.
You mentioned that there are about 4 crore cases which are pending in the courts. So what is the biggest factor in that? Is it lack of judges? Is it the lack of speed of the decisions, or is it the lack of evidence which is being submitted? What is contributing? What is the major cause for this delay?
The major point in this pendency will be lack of evidences, lack of process knowledge for the advocates also, and to the general public also. And one more thing is like we have many infructuous cases that are getting in the court. Infructuous cases are non-value added cases which come up in front of our judges, and they are losing almost 20% of their time in solving those infructuous cases.
Out of the 4 crore cases, have you classified what are the types of cases which are contributing to the maximum pendency?
Yes, sir. As of now, civil suit cases are contributing almost 46%.
Yeah, so in that, are the evidences dependent upon, or can you substitute it with an AI tool, or do you really have to still involve other agencies like the police force and other investigating agencies who have to collect the evidence and then submit into the courts?
So correct, we are not generating evidences. What we are giving is the best evidences that you can present in the courts, which will fasten your court case time.
I'm saying you are giving the examples of that, but it still depends upon the investigating agencies to collect the evidence, correct?
Yeah, correct.
So how does that time get shortened?
Sir, but that particular time in civil court, in civil cases is something which is dependent on the person filing the case. If he knows beforehand itself, okay, these are the list of evidences which the court will for sure demand, then he'll first collect them and then go to the courts.
Yeah, but then will the court accept evidences from that individual? Or is the court dependent upon the actual investigating agency authorized by the government of India to be collecting the evidence?
Yes, the process will remain as it is. The way you present your legit evidences in the courts, the process will remain as it is. And here, the person will not go in the court. He will obviously take help of advocates, because here we are not eliminating anything. We are augmenting the process with the best domain knowledge over there. We are not automating the process that a person will straight away go and file the court case in the.
Okay, I'm now giving you a couple of situations. You have. So the longer a case is pending, the longer it get around that.
So that is where our whole model, our whole concept revolves. See, if you know beforehand, okay, these are the evidences, this is the best narrative that I need to file in the court, and this is how my demands, these particular demands are something which are going to get fulfilled, then you will be pretty much confident that, okay, the person in front of you is not fooling you. You can show him this particular thing and ask, dude, okay, these were the evidences that were considered, these were the best narratives of past cases, this is how we should present our case, this is the demands which will get accepted.
And how do you change the fact that, you know, from advocates charging per hearing to advocates actually charging for the entire case and on the decision? How do you change that?
Sir, as of now, we will not be interfering in that particular thing, because what we are giving is at the beginning of the case itself, the advocates can use our model.
You're wanting to put the advocates out of business in that case?
No, we are not putting the advocates out of business. What we are doing is we are giving them the best list, means best domain knowledge that will help them to win that case. Once your winning percentage start increasing, your advocacy will also increase. Plus, the point to note over here is that we already have 18 lakh advocates, which is over-numbered as of now. And we are giving the decision power in the hands of advocates, that which narrative needs to be filed in the court. We are not straight away eliminating them.
Okay, slightly different question. Is there any legal liability towards the sufficiency or the relevance of the output which your tool puts out? And based on that, I file a case, and then I figure out whether it was sufficient or relevant, and I have an opinion. What is the legal safeguards to your tool?
Sir, as of now, the input itself that we are taking is from the legal documents. The court cases that are getting scrapped are the land of law, because they were delivered by the Supreme Courts, by the High Courts, by the authorities or the district courts. So they themselves are the law. We are not taking anything which is against the law. We are taking what the law has stated and giving the output based on the user scenario. And we are generating things, means our model itself is getting trained to generate things based on the lawful situation that we are inputting it.
So what are the ethical ramifications of something like this? Because here the human judgment is, or the human evaluation is being removed, and we are putting it in an automated sort of archival system. So Have you evaluated the ethical ramifications of something like this?
Yes, ma'am. To begin with, I would say we are not automating it, we are augmenting it. We are still keeping the power of decisionness in the hands of advocates. We are not going in the courts.
But you are putting a brief in place, right?
Correct.
From the hundreds of pages, you are reducing it to, or editing it down to about a page.
We are generating
right?
it.
Yes, and on the basis of that, they will decide on the narrative, whether it is the advocates or it is the person filing the case. The ethical ramifications of something like this will be humongous. Have you thought of that?
Ma'am, it will be humongous if advocates are losing their job. Herein, the advocates are getting more productive time.
No, it's a case, my friend. I'm talking about the case itself.
Yeah, a particular
not just
case,
the advocates.
Take a particular case. If an advocate has to go from say 1,000 pages or 10-20 cases to just gather the evidences and produce a best narrative, instead of that he can use our model, get all the best domain knowledge over there, list it down.
Is there a precedence of something like this in any other country or?
Sir, yeah, as of now in US what they did is it's called as do not pay. What they did is they built an app which will replace advocates itself. It will sit beside you in the court and it can help counter the arguments of the judge. They had planned a demo of it in US, but it got cancelled because all the advocates went against it, saying that our job is at stake. And that is where we are actually having the advantage, because we are not replacing the advocates. As of now, the market is not ready, or I would say it is a taboo to say ki AI will replace a human's job. As of now, the market is not ready for that. We are just touching that threshold wherein we will not replace humans. And by that time, when the market will be ready, our system will be also very well trained to go out there and replace humans, maybe in 5 or 10 years. And that is for sure, it is going to happen for sure.
Just one question. So are these judgments available online, or are
Yes,
they
yes,
there
sir.
in soft copy?
Sir, means it is a very straightforward statement ki the decisions given by our courts are law of land and every citizen should have access to it.
No, that is for the last maybe 15-20 years.
Sir, we have court cases from almost 1960s. The thing is,
they are digitized.
Yeah, they are digitized. Actually, we were also surprised. The thing is, most of the court cases written in 90s, 80s, 70s are so detailed, are so well curated that once you read it, you will understand everything about that particular case. So those particular cases are actually more important than the newer ones. The newer ones are very small. They don't have much, what you can say, plethora in it. So we are actually fortunate to get that particular repository in our hand.
Thank you so much, team AI4J. It was a pretty interesting case. So next up we have team S Pitchers from SPJ in Mumbai. Their mentor, Mr. Jasminder Singh Gulati, who is the co-founder of Now Floats, says that he has thoroughly enjoyed several rounds of discussions with the team. Let's see if they are able to ace their pitch today.
When we talk to our elders, we often hear the phrase,
young people like you.
Have you ever stopped to wonder why this is so? Why is it our generation and their generation and not simply us? But it's not just that.
My daughter is in US.
Do you feel isolated sometimes? Do you miss?
Yeah, I miss my son.
Elders feel isolated not just from us but from each other as well. The advancement of technology has actually widened this divide as it has left them behind. While speaking to elders in the community, we discovered a few key insights.
Sad thing I find when somebody is 60, 65 and he says, I don't know what to do with myself. Right?
They want to have similar socialization with their existing circle and find new, like-minded people too. But to achieve this, they also don't want to travel too much or inconvenience themselves. The general convention is to believe that elders don't use smartphones like we do. This is far from true. Elders are acquiring this skill to live their daily lives and keep in touch with the world that they slowly feel isolated from. Elders also have a lot of pride. While some found it hard to ask their families to spend time with them, others completely rejected the idea of being lonely. As per Economic Times, 1% of the retired population want to continue working. Atmanirbharta is what they need to feel good. In true design thinking fashion, we arrived at the final problem statement. How might we reduce boredom and give our elders a new sense of purpose?
To solve this problem, we present to you the second innings mobile application.
Second Innings is an application built entirely from the ground up for elders to use. This means a user experience very different from the traditional applications, using principles of accessibility such as larger text, buttons, and a type-free user experience. In social, he can find his friends, create his people. There will be largely two by us, including pottery classes, card games, and a lot more. The second kind of event in the
Everyone, we are Teams Pitchers from SPJIMR. Let's have a look at what happens in our house on a daily basis.
जाओगे?
पापा ले जाना तो था, but आज मैं बहुत बिजी हूँ. Next week चलते हैं हम लोग.
तुम्हारा हर बार का यही है.
Doesn't that sound familiar? There we have around 15 crore elderly people in our country who face the same situation every day. After retirement, their life becomes different. Our life keeps getting busier, and which is why they feel lonely. Parents who have moved away from their children are the most important target segment for us. We often say, we often might hear our parents say, "Beta, zara Siddhivinayak le chalo, but are we ever free?" Operating in this segment is either healthcare based or focused on a very niche use case. Our 72% of our elderly people of ages 50
change. Apps for today are built by young people for the young people. So it is very difficult for elderly to use these apps. Through our solution, which we have built an app, we try and solve all these problems. We'll display the app in the prototype stage. Now let me walk you through how do we plan to grow in the market. What we have understood is that adults get onboarded on an app when they find their other friends are also onboarded on it. So what we plan to reach out to different RWAs and revenue model. For the first 2 years, we are completely free. From the third year, we offer a gamut of services such as events, tasks, and we are planning to charge around 800 a month for these events.
So let's talk about our 5-year vision. So we aspire to be a one-stop solution for most of the needs of elderly people. The first being their need to attend for social communities. The second being they need to attend events in order to kill their time. And the third being they need to execute tasks which they need a little assistance for. So we also have integrated an SOS button in our prototype so that they can reach out to their wards immediately for emergencies. Now coming to the subscription model from the third year, we have the potential to reach around 12.5 lakh subscribers, gross margin of around 125 crores, and an EBITDA of 90 crores in the 5th year of operation.
We've gone through several iterations of the prototype. And when we built it first, we said, this app looks great. But what happened is when we showed it to real users, the button, and then is social, where you don't have to type numbers, you can do one-tap contacting. With that, we open the floor for questions. Thank you.
Judy, over to you for questions.
So you're right about the fact that they don't trust easily. How are you going to ensure that? Because they don't know you from Eve.
Great question, ma'am. And we thought about this, and when we went to a lot of users, they brought this up too. कि मुझे तो ये सब होता रहता है, technology मुझसे दूर रखो. But what we realized is when their friend told them about him. So we went to Mr. R. Gopalakrishnan, who was the ex-director of HUL2. And we told him, would you show this to your friends? He said yes. He introduced it to someone he knows, and they were really willing to do it. So we've realized the organic approach, right, which is to grow it through people who trust it, to grow it through people who are ambassadors of our program, who are ambassadors of Second Innings, is the best approach. There's also the fact that we will also go to children. We go to children and tell them, you and I will feel guilty, right? If your dad or mom calls you and says, "Mera Tata Sky ka recharge kar de." For us, it's a 2-minute task, but the mental fatigue of working jobs, just general lives is so much now that we don't even want to put those 2 minutes aside. So we also feel guilty. So I feel like if we talk to the children too and make them understand that this is a requirement for all the functional aspects, recharges, bank le jana hai, take them to the bank, we can take care of that. So they don't have to feel guilty and elders feel more independent.
I'll just add on to Arjun's point. So we also have this train the trainer model. So since we are onboarding the influential people who are in a community first, so they will help onboard the other people. So this is how also we are guaranteeing trust.
So when you're saying because why would they want to be ambassadors to a completely new product?
This is where
They are
RW is
giving their credible name against a new product in the market.
So what we've realized is if we sit with an elderly user, right, one is they love telling stories. They love someone coming and sitting and trying to understand what they're going through. So when we sat with elderly users, we already found 10 ambassadors out of the 15, 16 people we spoke to. Yes, there were challenges when they said कि मुझे एक और app download नहीं करना. I don't want to get onto another app. But the people we sat with, it has to be an organic approach. And we will talk to people in RWAs, let's say the committee heads, right? These are people who know their community really well. They're also people who want to influence their community and help their community in any way possible. So we believe that's why we kept the app free for the first 2 years. If they see the USP, if they see what we're trying to provide, people will come on.
So you'll be paying the senior influencers?
That is not something we've considered in the financials now, but maybe that's a thing we can do. Point is not to have an application. We're not a product, we're a company. Tomorrow we may even want to partner with, in a B2B sense with companies. You have creches for children, right? Why don't we have spaces where elders can interact with each other, bring them to work, to RCP, and have elders have fun, interact with each other. So the product right now is available on iOS and Android, but eventually we want to get into more products.
Yeah, well, the reason I'm asking that is because what we see is that a lot of people, the age group that you're trying to target, is more comfortable using a keypad phone than to be using a smartphone.
Right.
How do you solve that challenge in that case?
Of the age group between 55 and 72 today has a smartphone. And while they feel easier in applications of operating software like a phone, because it mimics a landline. So we realize anything that mimics something they've already been doing is easier. For example, if you look at the prototype, we've kept it completely purple because those are Android colors. We don't want to introduce them to something new. We want them to feel very comfortable when they come onto the app. So while, yes, there are people who use keypad phones, there's a large population that's moved on to smartphones.
Are you going to be primarily targeting the urban markets or the rural markets?
No, sir. Initially, when we came up with the idea, we thought only the urban would be interested in it. But there's a large diaspora of Indians outside whose parents live in tier 2, tier 3 cities. And there's also Indians who are in tier 1 cities, but their parents are back home in tier 2, tier 3. We believe kids or children of these parents will, onboard their parents because it takes the stress away from your own mind. So we're also targeting tier 2, tier 3 markets.
You've also mentioned banks, taking them to the banks, etc. So again, building that trust is, how are you going to do that? That won't come from, having a friend being on the app.
Absolutely. So and this also came out in user interviews. We spoke to a lot of children of these parents, and what they said is only available to him, and he doesn't share it out. He doesn't leak the number. He doesn't leak the contact information. And 3 was that I want to be able to see where my dad or my mom is at all times. So one of the features we've integrated is a live tracking functionality, and the person who's assisting you, every half an hour, he'll have to provide a picture update. So he'll say, "Aapke papa bank pe hain, abhi ye form sign hua hai." So there'll be an update mechanism also, so the child can also feel safe. If you looked at a prototype, there's also an SOS button that we've integrated at every stage. If they ever feel unsafe, etc., there's always a button functionality, and you can configure the SOS also. It can be configured to maybe your children contacting you. It can be configured for the authorities to reach out to you too. So that trust factor, you're right. It's of primary importance to us.
Is there any thought in your strategy, either yes or no, in terms of taking this further in a manner, let's say, what Shantanu Naidu is doing for Goodfellows in terms of companionship, etc., with young people and not really a community of only elders?
Great question, sir. And we have that aspect, but in a very different form. So we want to gamify this experience a little bit because we believe Goodfellows, which is a great initiative, banks on the charity of people. But we want to change this a little bit. Let's say a younger user wants to help an elderly. They will come onto our platform, and we've gamified it in the way that they will get karma points. These karma points can, of course, be redeemed for goods and other goods and services on other platforms like an Amazon voucher. But the larger thing here is for someone who's 45 to 50, who knows they may need this support. For them, this karma points will be able to be used on the application when they come onto the platform 15 years later. So we are building an ecosystem like that, but it's a little different because the motivation isn't charity. The motivation is your own self-benefit, because we think more users will get onboarded that way.
Thank you so much, Team S Pitchers. And am I pronouncing that wrong, by the way? Is it Spitchers? Spitchers. All right. Thank you so much, team. All right, so we are down to the very, very last team. We have team Zenith from IIFT. They have been mentored by Pradeep.
Where our decisions are motivated more by immediate reward than potential long-term consequences. This is happening because big corporations are putting as much neurochemical stimulation into their products as possible. Now, activities like notifications that pester you to open apps, ease of access to unhealthy processed foods, pornography are exploiting customers by adding psychoactive ingredient in their products, playing with our neurochemicals and leading us away from making informed choices. In our effort to improve mental endurance, we seek quick fixes like digital trackers, blockers, wellness books. All these provide unidirectional support trying to fix the symptoms rather than the cause in itself. Eminent researchers in the biomedical field point towards the release of these neurochemicals as the underlying cause. Introducing the revolutionary Mind Watch, Ozen, which helps cultivate self-discipline, prevent burnouts, enhances decision making. Overall, it's your physical and mental fitness companion. Ozen brings in the ability to recognize physical and emotional triggers to achieve mental well-being. This is done by measuring dopamine levels using its first-in-class non-invasive sensor. The working of our device can be explained through the acronym dopamine. MindWatch collects this is based on dopamine levels, body KPIs and external parameters. For every activity detected that does not align with the predetermined goal, an alert nudges the user to refrain from doing it by reminding them that the urge is driven by the chemical imbalances rather than their own will. It reminds people of the consequence of their habits while also encouraging them to form new and healthy habits that are beneficial and supportive to their lifestyle. Users can keep a track of their improvements using the app's weekly or daily reports. The watch assists the user in selecting new goals either from suggestions based on initial calibration or personal preferences such as food cravings, social media usage, or simply productivity. From giving preemptive warnings to emergency contacts whenever the user may need clinical assistance to taking preemptive action for extreme conditions like suicidal thoughts. Possibilities are endless.
So the key target market audience for our MindWatch is the quota student first. Here we are targeting a student who is always in stress to perform better. Every parent wants their child to perform better, but also want to make sure that they are not under a lot of stress. Our MindWatch provides a solution where we are saying that it will help the student to manage stress. Extreme circumstances will help the parent to know that that's happening. The second is a bachelor who is living a very wealthy life, but still wants to get rid of some addictions. And he's not able to get rid of those and has failed many times. He doesn't want to tell this out of embarrassment to his friends. He wants a personal. The person does not have time to take care of himself because he's taking care for his loved ones. We, as a watch, provide a personalized approach where we are providing preventive healthcare solution for the person. Next, we have a total market estimation where we took social media users, obese people, and daily smokers. We took the number of people who are willing to change their habits and then took a 2% of the market share to come to a user of 2.5 million prospective users. Coming to the competitor analysis, we feel that we are providing the first-in-class dopamine sensor that is not there commercially available. Hence, we want to enter a market as a hardware solution first.
Our GTM will start with pre-launch activities like expert talks, sponsorships, and a campaign called Let's Talk to spread awareness about mental health. This will also help us create hype about our product. Next, we will conduct a launch event that for which we'll send exclusive invites to people who are frequently engaging with us on social media. The communication around Ozen would be as a lifestyle brand that would encourage users to take charge of their mental health. Coming to post-launch strategy, we will engage and retain customers through loyalty programs and strategic partnerships. Next, through business model Canva, we would like to bring your focus on our core revenue streams, first being the sales of our device, second being subscription models, and third is informational analysis and patents. Next, our cost price of the watch is expected to be less than 14,000 and we seek funding of 6 crore for the 5 years projection and we expect to break even in the third year.
Coming to the working model, to change a habit, first we have to figure out what is causing it. Now, after either it could be a feeling or a physical reaction. And the second thing is to identify the triggers that is making you to repeat these habits. And lastly, give them a right alert at the right time to make them help take a conscious decision about this habit. And Ozone does a simplest way to summarize all of this in the form of a tip score, which is 10. It's a physical and an emotional trigger that you have to know. To identify physical triggers, we have used the ML model and the sensors to determine if the person is about to smoke, like the likelihood of someone smoking at a particular location, or the gestures like using a matchbox or a lighter. Next. To detect the emotional triggers, we have got a guidance from Mr. Sandeep Kumar Jha from IIT Delhi, who is an expert in fabricating biosensors. Now, he explained to us that the importance and the significance of other body measurements in order to predict an activity rather than just dopamine, because right now dopamine sensor is, real-time measuring of a dopamine sensor is not readily available. And to validate this particular hypothesis, we went ahead and conducted an experiment with 5 smokers, ML model to analyze the data. And our ML model has shown an accuracy of around 47% to determine the, predicting the activity of when they are about to smoke. And finally, when these tests were compared to the lab-generated dopamine levels, we have figured out that it is not just the dopamine or the body KPIs that will help us predict the activity, but it's definitely the combination of both. And finally, here is our strategic roadmap, and the green one shows us where we are right now with our proof of concept, and the orange ones is where we will be by the end of this month and a couple of months, to come up with an MVP and further going down with the device fabrication, which making sure this is all commercially viable. We are Team Zenith. Thank you.
Thank you, team. It's over to the jury now for questions.
So you are aware that there is a patch that one can wear to detect changes in the body, etc. This is a very basic version of the same, right? Over here, there is no, it's just estimate.
Coming up with an ECG pattern. So, but there is nothing that will monitor your dopamine levels. And we are the first ones. We are in the process with the collaboration with the IIT Delhi professor to bring this into a commercially viable model. And that is the reason we want it to be an hardware solution so that we can compete it with the existing. And the second, ma'am, yes, you're definitely right. No, just because we give an alert or a nudge doesn't mean anybody is going to stop. But the very core idea in our proposition is this person is conscious enough to bring a change. And that is exactly how we are trying to address a mental health issue. Because the underlying cause, what we figured from a mental health problem is when a person is trying to change something and he is unable to do that. That itself is a major cause of him putting in a stress, anxiety, or depression. Now, when this person is conscious enough that he wants to bring a change in his behavior or a lifestyle, then we believe an alert or a nudge would be definitely required. And this actually we validated while conducting that experiment with 5 smokers. In fact, one of them stopped after at the end of the experiment.
So I'm still not able to understand how is it different from the other smart devices which are available in the market today. For example, if I want to work towards reducing my weight, I want to bring down my weight or improve my fitness level. Right, I'm wearing a watch which keeps telling me, to stand at a particular point of time, and it keeps giving me how many steps I have walked, and it encourages me when I start to go, for a walk, or I complete 10,000 steps in a day, etc., etc. And I pair it with another app, and it tells me, how much I've consumed in terms of my food, calories, etc., etc., and how much do I need to burn. So it's anyway motivating me. So it's anyway giving me a target towards that. How is your product different?
Yes, sir. So coming to the first part of your question, how we are being different after inculcating the dopamine sensor is because our watch does everything that a normal smartwatch does outside in the market. We just wanted to focus on the USP of bringing in the dopamine sensor. It can also tell you to stand up or take a walk whenever you're being stressed or probably you're sitting it for too long, and then also it can tell you. But the main USP here is when you want it to focus on a particular activity. They're arriving and I just go grab one. I want my watch to keep a tab on this. So whenever you're conscious enough to bring a change in.
Yes. So maybe I'll take this up. I'll explain this journey. So taking up the first question, there is no watch, even the watch that you're wearing will not focus on mental health. It's all focusing on physical health. And that is why we want to bring up this device which focuses on mental health. How it works is if you wear the device on day 1, it will ask what is the goal that you're trying to achieve. For example, I have a habit that I drink thumbs up after every meal, which is bad for me. So I will choose an option of sugar craving. I do not want to do sugar craving. For first 2 weeks, whenever there is a dopamine rise, so a dopamine rise comes before you do an activity. So whenever there is a about to do that activity, the watch basically tells you that you are about to do this activity and gives you an ego hit that this is just a play of chemicals in your head. Don't just do it. And it provides an equivalent dopamine hit solution. Like for me, listening to a Punjabi music provides an equivalent hit like thumbs up. So if I do that, I am satisfying my head and I'm not doing the activity which I am not supposed to do, which I basically wish.
Give me an example. How does it tell me not to do that?
So it's an alert on the watch which comes up there. As soon as the pattern is detected, it will tell that this is the activity which you might be about to do, and this is an activity which you decided not to do. It's just reiterating that you had decided not to do, because most of the activities, when we do any kind of research, it says that the right movement is very important, because the dopamine surge is there for just moment. If you are able to control yourself for those moments, you will not do that activity. So we are basically playing on the detecting the right moment, which any existing watch will not do as of now.
What is the size of the market you are targeting?
So we are targeting the market size of 2.5 million users in 3 years. Users in 3 years. So yeah.
2.5 million users in 3 years at a price point where your cost price is 13,300. That's your bomb, right?
Sorry, sir?
The cost.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
cost.
sir.
This is your bill of material, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So your market selling price would be closer to about 20,000 rupees.
Yes, sir. With adding on to branding and marketing charges, yeah, the selling price might be around 20,000.
Yeah, so 20,000 to 25,000 rupees, if that is going to be a price point, one, who are you going to be competing with in the market? Two, is 2.5 million a realistic figure? And three, what is your go-to-market strategy?
So the first one, who are we going to compete in the market, is comparing with a person if he is feeling like it is a proper healthcare solution for me to better my health, then we are going to be comparing it with a Goki smartwatch. It is a pure healthcare and it takes responsibility for the kind of readings that it gives. But when we also want to focus this as a lifestyle brand rather than being it as a healthcare solution, because we want, as the reason how we can remove the taboo around mental health is when we speak it out loud. And we want to focus it as a lifestyle brand, and there we're going to be competing with Fitbit. And at the same, as this watch does a much more than a general Fitbit, it is eventually a competitor for an Apple Watch as well, sir. So it targets all these segments, sir. And the go-to-market strategy. So the go-to-market strategy, as mentioned by my friend, it first involves in creating awareness, because we know that how difficult it is to talk about mental health. So we particularly involve in the Let's Talk campaign, wherein we want people to talk about the solution and make it normal first. And whether it is a celebrity-driven campaign or you generate a buzz in Reddit or a Quora where you give an anonymous and create.
That's fine. That's your marketing bit. That's your campaign bit. I want to understand how is it that you're going to take your product from the production stage to the end customer.
So you mean the channels initially, right? The initial channels, distribution channels which we are targeting.
Sorry, I'm not...
Sir, you mean to ask the distribution channel initially that we are targeting, right?
What is the channel you're going to use? How are you going to take the product to the market?
Sure. So, if you
are those costs taken into account? Because how do you break even with 2.5 million?
So in the revenue streams, we had initially thought that the physical device sales, initially we start with the e-commerce marketplaces, because that is the place which is cheapest, because we cannot go on day one to a retail market, because that will add to the cost. Then we go to the D2C and then to a retail store. So that is how we plan to expand, so that the cost of distribution and reaching out to people is the least.
Okay, on the product, what is the solution that you're providing which is not replicable by anybody else? And what is it that a boat or a firebolt or somebody else cannot replicate?
So this a solution that we are giving in a one-liner is something that is helping you to keep a tap on your mental health, and at the same time you can make or break a habit with it.
Is it patented?
Not yet, sir. We are still able to bring this model to a commercially viable thing and into a watch sort of thing, and that's when we will file for the patent. And the talks are on.
Adding to Tejas, the sensor which we are using is patented by the University of Pennsylvania, but its integration into a smartwatch is something which is a design patent that has not been done yet.
I just want to understand whether other people can also utilize that solution or not.
So they can if they want to do it as of today, but no one is doing it right now. That is why we want to start as a device manufacturing company, because we can't provide a solution for a sensor that does not exist in market.
So just one quick suggestion on last point, because I see, people with the timer standing over there. So just one last suggestion to all of.
Published in 2021. So basically it is a new narrative that has been started yet. So it is gaining attraction, but the smartwatches are focusing on glucose and glucose monitoring systems right now. So there is no buzz around dopamine.
Okay, two quick ones. You're dabbling in an area which deals with healthcare and health space and so on. So have you checked out whether you would need any kind of compliance related issues even before you think about getting into some kind of device manufacturing like this? Because it is into very, very personal, intrusive space, if I might call it that.
Yes.
Second, quickly, can you just pick up that chart of yours which had 4 photographs and so on and so forth? Yeah, go on. Respond on that. So, the statutory. Next. Yeah, go on, respond. Well,
Oh, sorry. I thought you wanted us to go.
No,
So
that
for the
yeah,
compliance,
that's the second question. Yeah.
as per the laws in India, it is the intention of the manufacturer which focuses that whether it is for medical use or it is meant for like personal benefit. So we are focusing on the intention as like be more
Have said the first thing is when we take a responsibility for the data, that how it can be used at a healthcare system, then we will be complying to these other compliances, legal compliances that you have mentioned. But as long as you do not say that this is the medical record data even the doctor can use, then the company will not be liable to any of this thing. But at the same time, we are actually focusing this because the monitoring of dopamine level is such a big thing. For even if you're taking further down the road for Alzheimer's or Parkinson's disease, all of these are related to a dopamine level thing. And in fact, right moments before somebody commits a suicide, their dopamine level drops to 0. So here, when it goes on to such an extent, and when the accuracy of the device is able to determine at such a level, we also wanted to have another model to project as a preventive.
Understood. 30 seconds. You had a slide with 4, testimonials or something about people. You had one there? No, go back. I think it was your first slide, maybe second.
This one.
So the testimonials were into in the video.
In the video.
Those were the testimonials by the writers who are writing on the dopamine, validating basically the idea.
Understood. Okay. I thought I saw a Shahid Kapoor photograph. Yeah. Yeah. You've written Kabir Singh. Is that Kabir Singh? Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. On that note, congratulations. Good job. Okay, so we are done with all the 10 presentations. Teams, I can see you're looking tired, nervous, some are smiling, some are excited. It's good to see mixed emotions. But most of all, I'm sure you're feeling relieved, right? Right? No? Not feeling relieved. All right, you're waiting for the results then. Okay, so a quick reminder to everyone in the audience out here, as well as those who are joined in the live stream, please do remember to vote for your favorite team. You have the power to make them win the Ultimate Popular Choice Award. The QR code is up on screen. And a quick reminder, you just have 1 hour left. Voting closes in 1 hour. All right, so, Steve Jobs once said, stay hungry, stay foolish. And I personally find that quote super, super inspiring. But yaar, my mummy always says that it's foolish to stay hungry, especially in an event like this. And when you have already butterflies in your stomach, right? So we have a wonderful meal planned for all of you. Please head over to the dining area, which is to our right. Our ushers will escort you in case you need guidance. And we'll be back here at 2 o'clock. And we will have the ultimate winners being announced. See you. Bye-bye. करना है क्या?
Levels down हो चुके हैं. Let's try to lift it up before we proceed with announcing the winners. So, I think most of you are familiar with this ball. कृष्ण भगवान ने गीता में कहा था कर्म करो फल की चिंता ना करो. आप लोग के कर्म तो हो गए. Now that ball is not in your court, but this ball will be. ठीक है? So what we have thought of is we'll play music and we'll move this ball around. Or rather आप लोग ही move कर लो अंदर अंदर. Throw it and it's not a hard ball. You can catch it. कि इसको लगेगा नहीं. And as the music stops, जिसके हाथ में ball होगा, we'll ask them some questions because we also want to enjoy the pleasure that they got.
Yes. Okay, so let's have some music.
Start. Just
So pass
lamba
it
play.
around.
Please don't drop it.
Okay. No cheating, no cheating. Okay, stand up. What's your name? Anurag, you have to be louder than that. I'm sure your voice is enough and you don't need the mic.
Anurag.
So everyone say hi to Anurag. So Anurag, apart from your team, which was one team that was your favorite?
I like the S pitchers idea.
Pitchers.
Pitchers, yeah.
Awesome. Okay, give it up for him. Good job. So you want them to win, right? Not you.
No, after us.
After y'all. Oh, okay. Pass the ball around. Music, please. All right, so jury, any words of advice, wisdom before we announce the winners? I'm going to hand it over. No? Anyone? Anything that you'd like to share with our top 10 before we, of course, announce the winners?
Nothing. I think each one of you should stand up. Actually, stand up, stand up, stand up. And give yourselves a standing ovation, okay? Each one of you deserves it. Absolutely fantastic. Really, each one of your pitches, each one of your ideas, I'll run out of adjectives, right? Awesome, fantastic, great, marvelous. Take your pick, okay? Each one of you were wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwini, for that. On behalf of the jury, that was for you. So, on that note, we're going to start by announcing the winners. Starting with an award that is basis the votes that have come in. So the teams pitched really hard yesterday at the Idea Fair. Our Reliance family was very happy to see all of you and your ideas and your passion for pitching. They voted for you, and we've received thousands of votes even today, right up till 2 o'clock. So to announce the Popular Choice Award, I'd like to invite Tanya Chaitanya.
So this was a hard-fought and very well-won match. Popular choice goes to, any guesses? Anyone guessing here? I don't hear anything from them. They've just had too much lunch. So the
coffee, everyone?
So popular choice goes to Zenith from IIFT for the wearable device for better mental health.
Well done. You have won the hearts of the Reliance family as well as thousands of others that have watched this. Next up is the team that has come so close, so very close to winning the ultimate winner, but nevertheless has done a very, very good job. May I please request Tanya to announce the runner-up team.
So I have unanimously been chosen to give the winner names by the men on the panel. So I am taking that duty. And also saying that if you all now don't guess, I will not announce. So the runner-up goes to, and please guess now. The runner-up trophy goes to?
Haan, exactly. Parivartan, okay. Can't hear.
Come on.
Fast and Curious or Parivartan, okay. Any other guesses? Expand Capital. Interesting.
So the runner-up is Dynamic Duo from IIM Trichy for the smart card.
done such a good job. Let's have another round of applause for them, please. And now, well, but wait. The jury was deliberating, they went for lunch, and they went and deliberated again. The discussions went on, and they were like, just 3? Let's go beyond. Let's do something new. So we've decided, the jury has decided, to give out a special mention award. All right, and this team gets a cash prize of 1 lakh rupees. This has been an impromptu decision. So Tanya, over to you.
So it says a lot about the fact that this competition was tough, because a special mention, I think for the first time in TUP's history, you all get a special mention and of course the cash prize. It's for the idea's uniqueness, it was for the idea's brilliance, and it is also because this idea is much needed. So the winner for special mention by jury is AI4J from Geo Institute for the idea on legal.
Very well done, team. Congratulations. You've won the hearts of the jury. And now for the ultimate winners of TUP 8.0. Tanya, take it away.
So this is the moment when the winner is announced. I want you all to guess again. Anyone else? Pitch for yourselves. This is the ultimate pitch.
Sorted.
How am I not
Any other
hearing
guesses?
all the names? You all should all be pitching for
At least
yourselves.
shout your own names, yeah, guys? Pictures?
Did you say that? Fast and Curious? The ultimate winner is Fast and Curious from IIM Calcutta, Solution for the Hearing Impaired. Thank you for having us. Amazing job, guys. This whole room is full of ideas. I'm hoping to see some of them come true very, very soon.
Thank you. Thank you so much, jury. Let's have a round of applause for them too.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, so with that, we have come to an end to this season.
I can use this. Hello everyone, good afternoon. Hope everyone had an eventful day today, and especially congratulations to all the top 10 teams and the winners, of course. You've made yourselves proud, your campuses proud, your friends and family proud. The Ultimate Pitch 8.0 was a showcase of innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurial spirit, and it would not have been possible without your contributions. on behalf of the organizing team, 100 plus submissions, and Amay Mashelkar for the idea workshop with the Geogenics team. A special thanks to also our CXOs and founders for the tremendous support and enabling the teams to elevate the ideas to the next level. But that's not all. Thank you to all who registered and participated in TUP 8.0 this year. TUP has always been about you and your potential to be the now. Thank you to the national finalists. We hope the Ultimate Pitch 8.0 provided a one-of-its-kind platform to showcase your ideas, receive feedback, and connect with potential investors and partners. We are grateful to the audience watching live here as well as virtually for tuning in today and showcasing your love to TUP over the years. We'll continue supporting the entrepreneurial community as always. Thank you, Yash and Blossom. You've been amazing hosts today. We've really had fun. Last but not the least, our awesome extended campus team, our ultimate team, Dheeraj, Dhwani, Marin, Preetham, Rupesh, Sonam, Sunny, Supriya, even though she was sick, Tijo, and Gunjan. In case I missed mentioning anyone, apologies. We humbly extend our gratitude. Once again, thank you for all your participation and support. We hope you've enjoyed the event, and we look forward to seeing you at TUP 9 next year. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, Abhinav, you did miss mentioning somebody, and that was you yourself. So thank you also for anchoring this entire.